just keep calling.
It's all magic, no tricks. Coming with it.
Okay, holy crap. Alright. Turn on the mic now. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is back with another one, guys, man. This is going to be a good live because not only do we got Piers Morgan coming up, we also got Kristi Noem hearing, Director of Homeland Security. So, hey,
we got a fire lineup, guys. Go ahead and like the video before we get started, man. Y'all know the vibes. Let's get it going.
First guy up. And all right, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys.
Outlined certainly in your opening comments, from our borders to wildfires to cyber attacks. But as you and I discussed at length, and I appreciate you bringing it up in your opening comments as well, we do have a northern border in addition to a southern border. It's absolutely essential that the DHS has the resources necessary at the northern border to carry out its mission, both between ports of entry and all along the border. In fact, we've seen an increase in unauthorized crossings in recent years.
You know, the most shadiest part about this is a Democrat on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. Like, all right, bro, as a Democrat, what the hell were you doing these past 3 years? Like, bro, what were you doing?
That's the true question at hand.
Yeah, and I get you want to question her, make sure she's right for the job, but dog, we should be questioning you. You was on the Affairs Committee 3 years.
No answer.
So at the northern border. So my question for you is, if confirmed, do you commit to ensuring, along with the southern border, that the northern border is sufficiently staffed to maintain its security and robust trade between the U.S. and its neighbors, including at the Gordie Howe International Bridge in my home state of Michigan, have the resources they need to facilitate trade while keeping Americans safe?
Hilarious.
Yes, Senator Peters, you and I talked about this in your office and also with Senator Slotkin as well, how important it is to continue to remain focused on our northern border and all borders and ports of entry that the United States has. I think there's been some universal concern from some of the committee members that as we focus on the southern border and what we're seeing as far as the invasion there and the amount of people crossing, that the northern border would lose focus. But that will not happen, and we will ensure that our borders are secure and we're addressing all threats that may come in from any direction. And also with the bridge as well and staffing up on that as well. And I've assured Senator Slotkin as well that our focus is there to make sure that it is staffed appropriately.
Very good. And as we discussed, the department is diligently working to stand up the Northern Border Mission Center at Selfridge Air National Guard Base in Michigan, following the authorization and funding that I was able to secure in the last Congress. This center is critical to supporting the department's Northern Border security missions and addressing evolving threats. So quick question, if confirmed, do you commit to working with me to fully build out the Northern Border Mission Center?
Yes, Senator, we will look forward, and I look forward to working with you to ensure that is a priority and that it's adequately resourced, and working with Congress and senators to make sure that we have what we need to make sure that mission for that base is fully fulfilled.
Great, thank you. On New Year's, we witnessed two incidents
Man.
Hold on.
Oh,
Reminded us that terrorism and extremism remain serious threats to all Americans.
you think I'm
Both
playing?
DHS and the FBI have consistently said that the most persistent threat to the homeland is from U.S.-based individuals or small groups radicalized by a variety of ideologies, from white supremacy to ISIS to Al-Qaeda. We must certainly continue to.
And yeah, shout out Big Wave Dave, man. Go ahead, sir.
All right, man. Shout out Big Wave Dave, man. Coming through one with a baller alert.
Yes, sir.
And the calling line is now open.
Yes, sir.
So shout out Big Wave Dave on your way in. God, be polite.
Focus on people who are radicalized here in the United States with the intent of terrorizing our communities. So my question for you, ma'am, is how do you plan to address this threat of U.S.-based terrorists?
Senator, this is a grave concern for our country. As
I just want to point out, Big Wave Dave didn't even say hi. He didn't even say good evening. He just, F it. He just opened the call in, just F it.
we all agree that the number one threat to our homeland security is the southern border. In fact, since Joe Biden has been president, we've seen 382 individuals that have come over that border that are on the terrorist watch list. Behind me have the governor of Louisiana with me. And he and his state and people in this country went through a horrific event on New Year's Day, and one that we never want to see repeated again. But this governor behind me is concerned also about an upcoming event, which is the Super Bowl coming shortly, which we need to do all that we can to work together, that he has the reassurance that the federal government, that the Department of Homeland Security is prepared to help him protect that event and to keep people safe while they are there. Those 382 terrorists or known terrorists that have come over our border, we don't know necessarily where they are because of what has been happening under Joe Biden.
I don't like how some of these states want these crazy events but can't protect their own cities.
Man.
Like California, like, oh, y'all want to host the Olympics. I'm like, bro, why not y'all make sure that the Olympics don't burn the fuck down? Like, how about y'all worry about that too?
Biden's policies. Now, President Trump obviously won the last election with a clear mandate, and that mandate is for the American people to secure that border, but also we need to focus on domestic terrorism and homegrown terrorism, which you just referenced in your question. Homegrown terrorism is on the rise. We see more and more incidents of people that are U.S. citizens that have become radicalized, and knowing when people are leaving the country and coming back and changes to their behaviors and what their actions are is critically important. So the resources that the Department of Homeland Security has needs to be utilized as far as identifying those threats and being proactive to prevent them, but also protecting civil rights and liberties in that process and making sure that the department is on mission to do what it was called to do, why it was created, and what authorities that Congress and the Senate has given them. My hope is that Governor Landry and his staff and his people and the people that attend the Super Bowl know that the Department of Homeland Security is their partner, is on watch to protect them and to keep that event safe. I hope all Americans know that leadership has consequences. I hope that we can get through and get your support for this nomination and get confirmed quickly so that we can address the threats that we currently face.
All right, and call in link in community tab, man. Shout out Big Wave Day, man. Shout out Big Wave Day.
Yes, sir.
And make sure we don't have any repeats of the day that we saw just starting this year on New Year's Day.
In the last 2 years, we have seen increasingly aggressive and expansive cyber attacks against our federal agencies. Just last month, Chinese hackers infiltrated the Department of Treasury and stole potentially thousands of unclassified documents. So given these concerning trends by the PRC to hold our federal networks hostage, do you believe that federal agencies should be required to implement cybersecurity upgrades and maintain the highest cybersecurity standards to protect sensitive or classified data and U.S. citizen information as well?
Well, Senator, the mission of CISA, which is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, the mission of it is to hunt and harden. It's to find those bad actors and help work with local and state infrastructure, critical infrastructure entities so that they can help them be prepared for such cyber attacks and that they can make sure that they're hardening their systems to protect them in the future, recognizing the vulnerabilities that they have. CISA's gotten far off mission. They're using their resources in ways that was never in.
mean, obviously, bro. I mean, we're talking about schools getting hacked, forced to pay $2 million. We're talking about, like, bro, companies getting hacked. Who got hacked recently? AT&T?
Yep.
Like, yeah.
The
like,
Treasury got hacked into.
Yeah, but bro, that's what they're talking about. Like, what the hell are y'all doing? At this point, I didn't even know we had a cybersecurity department in the government, because what the hell are y'all doing at this point?
Shit, they need more funding. They need a bigger team. But shout out Big Wave Dave, the man himself. So right here, you got a word that you want to share. What's going on, Dave?
Yo.
First
of all, why the fuck are we listening to this nonsense going on?
Yeah, we kind of had went back and forth about it before we started the live. They said it's going to be low drama. Even the Democrats weren't really hitting her with anything hard. So we're going to skip around. We're just covering it just to cover it, really.
No, I guess my point is, look at who they brought in on the Biden administration, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You have that dude Sam that stole some lady's luggage. You know, the dude with the lipstick.
Oh,
Wait.
I know who you're talking about.
Sam Britton.
Mm.
So are they worried about qualifications or no? Now all of a sudden Democrats are worried about qualifications. But they let fucking Sam Britton in.
That is insane.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then you have Pete Buttigieg. He was a fucking governor of some random ass fucking state. Or a mayor, I'm sorry, not even a governor, a mayor. But he's Department of Transportation.
X.
Yeah, I mean, and look at Mayorkas. I think Mayorkas is who's in there now in her position.
Felony suitcase theft? How could you? What was in that suitcase?
I mean, you can only imagine.
Clothes, and he was caught wearing them after he stole them, like on camera.
Yo,
the lady fucking called him out. She's like, "That's my dress."
Hey, nah, this man crazy.
That man is insane.
But these are the people that they let in before, right? But now they want to sit there and give like hard time to fucking, Pete Hegseth and Pam Bondi. Like,
who you know why, Dave? You know why.
No, we all know why. Yeah. But you got what I'm saying? Like, it's fucking hypocrisy at this point. Like, they can't be fucking trusted. We all know the fucking circus that's going on over there. Like, it's all fucking bullshit.
You ain't lying, G. You ain't lying.
Like literally, do me a favor. Can you pull up a screen and just show up? Or and even who is the fucking trans woman that was the DOD?
Defense, I think.
Oh no, but I think we had a trans who was also a general.
Was that the Department of Defense? What department was that? I know you're talking about.
The Department of Defense, but I'm not sure. But that was the black.
I don't even care about the general, but the DOD, like, they let a trans person in for that. What the fuck did she do?
Oh shit!
And I'm being nice by saying she, because it was a fucking he.
You damn near saying if they let all this bullshit in before, who the hell are they to give the hard time to
exactly Trump? That's my fucking point. Now they want to fucking give people a fucking hard time, but the Republicans let all the other fucking dumbasses in. Now they can't let what they consider to be dumbasses in. Like, come on.
No, you just about right. You said you wanted us to share a screen of what? We got you.
Oh, find Biden's original cabinet members.
All right.
Biden's original cabinet members.
And Sam Britton will be on that. The bald-headed dude with the fucking lipstick and the dress.
Bring his ass right up, man, because everybody needs to see his goofy looking ass.
All right, I'll search that in the background.
That is insane. You're talking about this gentleman right here, right? Oh, you can't see.
You're gonna. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, that's the guy right there.
Yeah.
They let him in. What qualifications did he have?
To be honest, I kind of want to hear this man's hearing. Did he get a hearing?
Mega Mind with the mascara.
What type of hearing did this man get? Because I kind of want to see it at this point. Like, what was he saying?
That is worth actually.
At this point, at this point, that would be great to find, because if he actually did have a fucking hearing and find out who was asked what, but they still let him the fuck in. Like, come on. And then he was let go because he was stealing women's fucking luggage for their fucking clothing.
Now, y'all are onto something. That might be something for us to look up, because I am wondering what the hell his hearing looked like. What did they ask him? Or was he just fucking walked in? Like, did they just hold his hand and walk him in type shit?
Okay.
But again, pull up the whole, like, if you could find Biden's initial, like, whole cabinet that he suggested before he, like, as an elect.
Gotcha. Let me just go. Whoops.
It's a quick Google search. We got you, man. But for everybody else in here, man, we almost got 100 of y'all already. Like the video. We just getting started, baby.
Now,
Shout out.
so let's stop being fucking petty about shit. Like, they want to be petty now, asking stupid fucking questions to, like, Pam Bondi and fucking Pete Hegseth that have nothing to do with what they're supposed to be doing. They just want to try and, like, dig at people.
We got it right here.
The black guy. It was a black guy. Who was his last Secretary of Defense? I remember there was low-key, like, you know, kind of on his dick
Okay,
about
Lloyd Austin. And yeah, and that fucker disappeared and nobody said shit.
But he hired a black man, Dave.
Fuck off. I don't care if you're fucking black, white, purple, polka dot, pink.
He's okay.
Nope.
I don't give
Brother, ew.
a- But let's see, Attorney General. Well, it's funny how they show us these people.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Merrick Garland. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Let's see here. I think I know-
Yeah, and these are the people who are asking these other folks if they're qualified or not. You gotta be freaking kidding.
That's what I'm saying. Like, fuck off. Like, if you let all these fucks. Oh, find Sam Britton. Where's he at?
Serious?
Like, I know he's on there.
Huh. Makes sense. No, or it kind of
Sam Britton.
Actually, wait, who was our wait, who was it? It was Health and Services. What was
Yeah,
it?
you're
Health
ta-
and- no, it was
this guy.
somebody. It was our health department at somebody.
Health
it was
department, yeah. And there was another trans.
Yeah,
Yep.
HHS. It's Rachel Levine, the one that you always see with the glasses.
Ah, that's the one. Rachel
Yeah.
Levine.
Yeah.
Rachel Levine. Wild.
Let's
day.
pull her up real quick for the chat.
Yeah, Rick Levine.
Man, let me see here. If we,
You know, I've never even seen a before picture.
Wait, who's on the
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know what? That's funny as hell, Zoloff. I don't think I have either.
Right.
ever seen
Yeah,
the
so
before picture?
let's find a before picture of Rachel
Yeah.
Levine.
I mean,
I've never even thought of it.
I feel like they give you the
Why do I not see Sam?
Obama
Oh,
treatment when you
wait,
do that
I'm
in
sorry.
government.
Yo, Sam
Well, you
Britton's
have
not
to
on there?
find, you have to find what they call the dead name because you're not going to find anything under Rachel, obviously.
Yeah. I don't see Sam Britton on there.
I don't see Sam Britton. I don't see the other guy we were talking about.
Mike's Chief of Staff. Yeah, that's a bit. Yeah. About it for who we got right now.
I think they
Oh, yeah,
wait.
oh,
You
oh,
do,
shout out
did,
to them, they
did,
got
oh,
pictures, too. I mean, shout out, Wikipedia. They got pictures. Let's see. Secretary of Labor. I'm done. Julie Sue, the Chinese lady, Secretary of Labor. All right. Yeah. That's not a conflict of interest, but okay.
Wow.
Let's see here.
It's a rough
Leo,
set.
Leo,
a little racist there, you
Sam
said.
Britton only served 6 months.
Yo, where the fuck is Sam Britton? Why the fuck did he disappear?
Well, Leo said he was only in the cabinet for 6 months.
Again, but why is he not on the original? Is what I'm saying. Like, because he was one of the original.
They probably try to wash their hands of him. They probably don't
Of
want no
course.
affiliation.
That's what I'm saying. Search him in, fuck that shit. Search him in general. Find out what he was appointed to.
Go back to Sam Britton. Just hit back because I had already looked him up.
Sam Britton.
Go back again.
'Cause obviously, they're trying to wash the shit. You know what I mean? Is what they always fucking do.
This shit is insane. Just
What is
it's the pictures alone.
He's like, I will try to watch this stuff too. If I had pointed one of these dudes in any part of my life, it's like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Even if this was a friend, I'd be like, you know what? I gotta distance myself. I don't know what was I, like, man, no, I didn't know.
No. Go search his name, right? And then search Biden
Their name.
appointee.
Dave, it's their name. It's their name, Dave.
Yeah, fuck off. Fuck out
Come on,
of here.
Dave.
Fuck you, Keith. Like, I give a shit about fucking pronouns. Fucking suck my asshole. Anyway.
And he gets a plea deal, no jail time.
That's hilarious. That is insane,
Exactly.
man. Felony suitcase theft. Like, I'm trying to figure out what was a Louis suitcase. What the fuck was in the suitcase?
No, it was
Right.
just the woman's. Yo, he was on like he took a photo wearing the woman's fucking dress.
Yeah,
And
but
the
for it to
woman
be a
came
felony, that
forward.
means it has to be over a certain value. I'm just
No.
like, bro, what the hell was in the
Hold on,
suitcase?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, he was a nuclear engineer. Yeah.
Okay, see, he stole a fucking woman's suitcase from the airport.
Bro, he stole secret taxpayer funded trip.
Hmm.
So not only did he steal luggage, I mean, the man was on a stealing spree. He stole taxpayer money, and then he came back. You know what? Let me steal from another taxpayer. Why not?
Bro was going
Yo,
crazy.
go
with power.
find the video of him getting arrested. That's fucking funny.
Huh.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Arrest video.
Oh, you never know. Never know how in the streets, right?
Let's see.
No taxpayer fraud.
Is that it right there? 35 seconds. Right. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a short.
Might be. Shoot, I'm looking through it though.
Like I said, they're scrubbing that shit.
Nah, they got to. I mean, like, come on. It's Biden. Anything that involved. Well,
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's all fucking political fucking bullshit. Like, stop with your fucking nonsense. And then you have fucking Schiff, that pencil neck, big headed, bug eyed motherfucker, sitting there trying to get on somebody about their qualifications. Like, fuck out of here, bro. How the fuck do you keep getting elected?
you know, it's crazy. Sam Britton is a perfect segue to go into this whole, the Piers video, actually.
It actually is. Funny enough.
I mean, talking about giving these people a free ride through life and trying to put them up in high official places as if they're not, I think we can say it now. Hey, shout out to Meta. You can now call transgender people, mentally challenged. Well,
No,
not
they're mentally fucking ill.
Mentally ill. Sorry.
All right, so look, I'll mute myself, but bro, like I'm a little fired up, as you guys know. So I'll mute myself and I'll be here.
Up Dave over here at Sankey Media, man. We love it. But now we'll bring you guys back up. Let's get into this one because it is a perfect segue, chat. We got this Piers Morgan panel. What'd you say they were talking about, Seth?
It was pretty much the whole trans topic and how the government's going to be handling trans ideology from now on, especially Meta coming out saying they're no longer going to be taking down posts or banning posts that criticize trans ideology. I know, right? I was like, well, isn't that
Let's get into it, man. Shout out Big Wave Dave and Zoloff.
All right, let's go.
House Republicans have yet again stood up for women. Men are men and women are women.
The Democrats were telling people things that they could see were not true.
Yeah.
That there are more than two sexes.
He is completely unscientific and so bound up in his ideology.
I don't like even referring to myself as a biological woman. I'm a woman, okay? I was born that way.
Eli is out there pushing this narrative that science doesn't matter. We need to put some adults in charge of our movement again. It's embarrassing.
There's a sea change now happening in which a formerly taboo subject can now be discussed openly.
Leave children out of that. And that's what a lot of conservatives are simply asking for. Leave kids alone.
If I'm transphobic, then why are 2/3 of this panel trans?
What a thicket of weeds we have to hack our way through. And
our Speaker Mike Johnson made headlines recently by declaring categorically that a man cannot become a woman.
Thank you.
This latest signal of a significant cultural shift on gender ideology in the wake of President Trump's re-election. Mark Zuckerberg's Meta will now allow the questioning of gender identity without censorship. That includes allowing the view that being transgender is a mental illness.
Oh, okay. And real quick, before we get too deep into the video, Dave said he had one more word for the chat. Dave, what's going on real quick?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was reading the chat and had people going on about mentally ill people and trans people, whatever. Mm-hmm. Look, if you don't, it's the same shit that goes with the gun shit, right? Where people are shooting up people because they have mental issues. Treat the base cause of it, and the nonsense will stop, right?
Mm-hmm. True.
That's all I'd say. All right, get on with it. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Treat the issue at the root. I like it. Shout out Dave.
And shout out my Mike, Speaker Mike Johnson. Like, hey, thank you for telling the truth.
Oh God, let's do it.
illness in the world.
And
of
like the
science.
video, guys, if you haven't already. We appreciate the support.
Meanwhile, 3 of the world's most eminent scholars have quit an atheism foundation over his backing of what they call a new transgender religion. Well, one of them is Jerry Coyne, emeritus professor of ecology and evolution at the University of Chicago, whose bombshell article, "Biology is Not Bigotry," claims categorically in biology, a woman can be simply defined in 4 words, an adult human female. Well, the author of the New York Times bestseller, "Why Evolution is True," Professor Coyne joins me now. Professor, great to have you on Uncensored.
Thanks for having me.
I've been literally using that definition of a woman for about 3 years. It's an adult human female. That's it. To me, it is breath.
Yeah, I mean, a woman is not a identity. That is the most wildest thing I heard. When I actually heard somebody try to say it, I think it was on the 125s on Jubilee. He's like, "Oh, what is a woman?" She said, "Oh," the guy said, "Oh, a woman is an identity." And I'm like, what? No, it's not something you just identify. It's kind of something that you're birthed into this world as. One or the other.
You can't just throw on a wig and makeup and call yourself a goddamn woman, man.
Don't worry like that.
Breathtaking.
Disrespectful
that
to
people
women.
like you actually have to write books pointing out to people the bleeding obvious that actually it's just a biological fact. Are you as staggered as I am?
Yes. I never imagined this would hurl me into the middle of a fracas.
Yeah.
Like it did. But, I'm sticking by the biology. So I feel like I'm on solid ground.
I mean, it's extraordinary when I read the article which prompted all this mayhem. I just find myself nodding my way through it, thinking, well, what's supposedly so controversial? You say some non-binary people or men who identify as women feel their identity is not adequately recognized by biology. They choose to impose ideology onto biology and concoct a new definition of woman. Why should sex be changeable when other physical traits cannot? Feelings don't create reality. I mean, Ben Shapiro's had a pinned post on X, pinned tweet as it was at the time, that simply says facts don't care about your feelings, which could pretty well represent what you wrote there. I mean, when did we get to a place where indisputable fact became something that people felt they could completely ignore?
Well, it's ideology, as it often is, and the whole history of ideology is that it can displace fact. It did so in Russia in the time of Lysenko, the famous charlatan who completely transformed Russian agriculture to the deaths of 20 million people because he thought that he had a sort of dualistic view of nature that was wrong. And Stalin adopted it. And the result was that probably millions and millions of people died in China. And now ideology has come back again. It's never gone away completely, but it's making its incursion into the sciences, both hard and soft, and not to a good end either. So.
No, I mean, the second point that you make of the piece, there are plenty of problems with the claim that self-identification maps directly onto empirical reality. You're not always fat if you feel fat. The problem with anorexia, you say. Not a horse if you feel you're a horse. You don't become Asian simply because you feel Asian. But sex, we're told, is different. It's the one biological feature of humans that can be changed solely by psychology. And it reminded me, I had a debate on International Women's Day a couple of years ago, where I had someone on trying to argue that all self-identity should be limitless. And I said, okay, so on International Women's Day, I would now like to identify as a black lesbian. And she looked completely horrified and said, but that's ridiculous.
Strictly for the benefit, though. Once it becomes non-beneficial, I want to go back to identifying as a regular man. Yeah, but gender identity is fluid, right? It's endless, it's boundless, right?
You know, it's so funny, though. I do not see too many women becoming trans men. I mean, I feel like the only cheat code is being a trans woman. I mean, like, what? You go from, I think what it is, a cheat code, try to get like female privilege.
That's damn near the running joke said. Nobody wants to be a man.
Oh,
God. That's damn near the running joke of all this.
No, I'm gonna like the old, like a Paul Mooney joke. Everybody want to be a man,
but nobody want to be a man. No, like, bruh, facts.
Or everybody want to be a man until it's time to be a man.
Yep.
I said, yeah, that's the point. Is that if you have limitless self-identity, the logical conclusion of that journey is to the ridiculous.
True, but there are limits to what can be self-identity, and those limits are at gender. So you can identify, or sex, actually, biological sex. Let me not confuse them. But you can, I mean, there's a big kerfuffle about this a couple of years ago when Rebecca Tuvell wrote an article in a philosophy journal saying that there's no substantive ethical difference between claiming that you're a member of a different race or claiming that you're a member of a different sex than you were born with. And she's right, as far as I can determine. But the first one is anathema. The second one is applauded. I don't know why that is. There's just something about the nature of sex that makes it almost untouchable to question. It could be,
in your estimation, Professor, is there any way for a biological man to become a woman?
No. They can say they're a woman, and I will respect their self-identification to the extent of using she and their preferred pronoun.
I mean, like, we could respect delusion, but when you try to force your delusion upon us, that's when we're just like, all right, bro, you tripping. Like, we can respect it, but we can't. You can't force us to accept it.
But as a biologist, no, that won't happen until you're able to transplant the gonads of a male into a female or vice versa, because the biological definition of sex is based on the reproductive apparatus that can produce either sperm or eggs. And so you can't change that in a human.
And when you see, for example, the fiasco, as I would call it, of people who were born biological men competing in women's sport as trans women and destroying women, sports women, because obviously they have superior physiology, which reminds everybody why we separate the sexes in the Olympics, for example.
Yes.
I mean, what do you feel as a professor who studied all this?
About that? You mean the separation?
About that in particular, yeah.
Well, I mean, I made it pretty clear that, well, let me start off by, with the caveat that I think trans people deserve all the ideological, moral, and ethical rights as anybody else.
Yeah.
I'm not a transphobe, although I've been tarred with that.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same.
Except that there are situations that hold for trans people that don't hold for, say, gays, and that's that there are a clash of rights that transgender people have against other groups like women. So there are so-called women's spaces that you have to carve out some of the rights from transgender people to give rights to other groups. So, like
women's spaces, like the bathroom and the locker room.
Yeah. I mean, those spaces should be upheld. I mean, come on, guys. Those are the most sacred places for women when they're getting trained or changed, when they're taking off clothes.
The fact that we're letting a delusional man walk into a bathroom or to a female locker room in full swing is crazy. That's crazy.
Women. I mean, it's women mostly that come into play here, not men. And one of those is sports. You simply cannot allow somebody that's gone through male puberty to compete against a biological woman.
Well, you never read, do you, about trans men dominating
that's because,
in men's sport? It never happens because they can't.
Well, yes, that's true. And so people have proposed that we have an open category that comprises men, trans men, and people of indeterminate gender. And that will be the second category. And then biological women is the other. I think that's a pretty good solution. Nevertheless, some men's sports have banned women on the grounds, or trans men, i.e. biological women, on the grounds that they could get hurt.
Yes, of course.
World Rugby has done that.
Yeah,
for
quite
example.
rightly.
So,
yeah. I mean, I always use the argument, look, if Mike Tyson or Floyd Mayweather suddenly put their hand up and said, I'm now a woman, would we allow them into a ring, even if they were paired against a woman, a biological female woman, an actual woman who weighed the same? No, because the physiology of the bone mass, the lung capacity, the strength, the power, everything, and on every metric you could think of, obviously Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather would probably kill that woman in a ring. We saw it in the Paris Olympics with the Algerian Imam Khalif, who no one's quite sure what the reality is of that situation, but it appears that she was banned from the World Championships for...
I think everybody kind of called that one a little too early, and we forget, like, through this whole trans ideology BS is going around, we forget that there are actually people who are born with both Well, testes and ovaries. We forget that. Like, yes, it's called a hermaphrodite. Yes, they exist. So
it is an anomaly, but
yeah,
they are out there.
And it's kind of crazy through all this trans confusion. We kind of forgot about them. Like, yeah, they're actually real people who are actually born both male and female, even though it's a 0.000001%.
Very true.
They're still out there.
Having male chromosomes, but a woman who fought against her in an early round quit after 40 seconds, saying she'd never been hit that hard in her entire career. So this is dangerous now, where the ideology, and I totally agree with you, it's right to the point where trans rights start to erode existing women's rights to safety, to equality, to fairness. That is the problem. It's not about wanting trans people to have fairness and equality. Of course I do, and I want them to be safe. I just don't want women's rights to those things to be trampled on in the process. And
guys, let's make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. So go ahead and double tap that screen or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. Let's keep it going.
See the scene like we saw in the Olympics of this poor boxer literally throwing the towel in after 40 seconds because they couldn't stomach or withstand the pain of being hit that hard by somebody who is almost certainly more a biological man than woman. You realize how dangerous this becomes.
Yeah, it's palpably unfair. I mean, this is why, if you ask Americans as a whole, whether they think that biological men, i.e. trans women who identify as women, should be competing with biological women in sports, 70% of them say no. So that, I mean, there's a sea change now happening in which a formerly taboo subject can now be discussed openly. And that's what I tried to do in my article, which was censored by the FFRF. And unfortunately, I'm receiving more hate mail now for that than I ever have in my life. Most of it calling me a trans.
Wait, what? The Freedom Form Religious Foundation. That's the RR. That's what he was talking about. The FFRF. That's who pretty much held him up on whatever he was doing on his research or whatever. The Freedom Form Religion Foundation.
I have to do some research on them.
Yeah, why are they getting involved in that type of ordeal? Like, kind of sounds
NGO.
Like, yeah, kind of sounds like he's supposed to be on y'all side.
Well, the FFRF. And unfortunately, I'm receiving more hate mail now for that than I ever have in my life. Most of it calling me a transphobe. I don't hate trans people. I'm just trying to adjudicate the clash of rights that's going to be inevitable when you have this kind of thing happening.
And you're completely right. And the people who hate you are completely wrong. I had Neil deGrasse Tyson on recently, the astrophysicist, and I asked him about this issue, and he gave an extraordinary response, which did lead to him being mocked quite widely. But this is about the whole transport issue.
The future of sports does not distinguish sex. It distinguishes and sorts people by hormone ratios. I'm making this up, but imagine that if that were the case. That would be interesting. You get a hormone test, you're in this range, and then you compete against other people with the same range of hormones.
That's ridiculous. Stupid. What did you make of that?
Yeah, unfortunately, he's very wrong because they did use hormone tests in the Olympics and in other sports competitions, and that's the way they distinguish the two groups. But it's proven now that that isn't correct, that if you go through puberty and you take hormone supplements, it doesn't matter because the advantages that you gain at puberty, and I'm talking about male puberty, the strength advantages, the bone advantages, the muscular advantages, those seem to stay with you for years, if not the rest of your life.
Forever.
And shout out Big Wave Dave, you said, you all might have to let back in if chat continues. All right then.
So you can take as much testosterone as you want, but that's not going to eliminate palpable physical advantages of males over females or trans women over women.
But when you see someone, as eminent as Neil deGrasse Tyson, a proper scientist, when he says that kind of thing, what do you feel?
Well, my first reaction is charitable. I'll say he's a physicist. He's not a biologist. And he's not aware of the literature looking at the strength and the athletic abilities of trans women to say something like that. And 70% of Americans would disagree with him. You know, I mean, they can see the unfairness.
Of
They can
course.
see that there are two sexes, and this is probably one reason why that played into the Democratic defeat in the election, is that the Democrats who tend to be progressive, the extremists. I'm a Democrat, but I'm more centrist and I hope more rational. The Democrats were telling people things that they could see were not true.
Yeah.
That there are more than two sexes. You know?
No,
That
I agree.
Men and women have equal athletic abilities, things like that, which
you know,
simply
the
are
most
false.
successful political ad in recent times was the one that the Trump campaign put out, which ends with Kamala Harris is for they, them, and Donald Trump is for you. And it included the issue of transport in the 30-second commercial. They reckon it moved the needle 3 points.
And it resonates with his voting base.
Yeah, it was a
Kamala
banger.
is for they, them. Donald Trump is for you. I
Yeah,
like that.
that's a banger.
There's a meaning. There's a message in that one.
Because it resonated with most Americans were like, well, yes, of course.
Yes, that's very clever. It's not clear how much role that played, but it's also clear that the Democrats had nothing to counter that ad with.
No, well they couldn't because
They
Kamala
just
was on
threw up their
record as
hand.
I mean, well, it was damn near true. I mean, Kamala Harris's campaign was for woke ideology and progression, and Trump wasn't.
Look all the wild stuff that Biden was doing for trans. Look how hard Biden was sticking up for trans people. So to sit there and try not to go, you know, with the trans, it'd be like, yo, you're going to get your whole administration, Kamala.
Yeah.
So I ain't gonna lie, they backed themselves into that trans corner.
It was almost trans woke ideology versus the party of common sense.
Oh God, it's almost like chess. Like they use your own moves to back you into a checkmate.
Almost,
man.
Supporting all this nonsense. So the scientific case for trans was outlined in a Scientific America article called "Stop Using Phony Science to Justify Transphobia." They argued there is bigotry in the position adopted by Richard Dawkins, Steven Pinker, and yourself. And I'm going to go through some of the stuff they said. They said the popular belief that your sex arises only from your chromosomal makeup is wrong. The truth is your biological sex isn't carved in stone, but a living system with the potential for change. A half century of empirical research has repeatedly challenged the idea that brain biology is simply XY equals male brain or XX equals female brain. In other words, there's no such thing as the male brain or the female brain. The science is...
All right, and shout out Big Wave Dave. We're going to go ahead and let him in real quick. What's going on?
Yeah. So this chat is out of control.
Yeah, I see.
All right, so you have these people like talking about like, oh, well, you don't believe in. Okay, so for instance, Leo, oh, you don't believe in methadone clinics to get off heroin? No, like you don't have to go to a methadone clinic. You don't have to get drugs to get off drugs. You can go to a halfway house. Yes, it's gonna suck, but look, you made that choice in your life to do those drugs. You know, go to rehab. Get off of it. Then you go to a halfway house to stay off of it. And you make your way in life. Like, it's not hard. I've known plenty of people that have done it, right?
Shoot, I know people that say they locked themselves in a room and got right.
Yeah, but look, I'm not a doctor. I'm just saying, like, this is the way that people do it. The people that go to methadone clinics and then get, what's that one fucking drug that they give them? It's not methadone. It's something else.
Suboxone.
Suboxone, yes. No, then they stop taking Suboxone and they start doing other fucking drugs after that. Go to fucking rehab, get fucking clean. Look, I've quit smoking a few times, smoking cigarettes. I'm going to stop again after my divorce is over. I swear to God. However,
Dave, I believe you, but I'm sorry. That just sounds like what everybody says. I swear after this, I'm gonna stop.
No, honestly, look, I have the nicotine gum if it comes down to it, but every time that I've quit, and I've quit for like long ass periods of time without somebody smoking a cigarette around me, was always cold turkey. Every fucking time. Yes.
Yeah. I feel like that's
like
the strongest way to combat like any addiction. Like
that
you can go
is.
through treatment, you could go through whatever psychological, but it is gonna come down to just willpower.
You know what the beauty of it is? Once you've stayed long enough, it's like you can't even go back.
Right. Like, nah, I told myself I wasn't doing it.
Yeah,
I'd
like
be damned if
like,
I
bro, when I quit smoking, like, bro, like what was it, my early 20s, bro? As soon as I tried to go back, couldn't even do it. Like as soon as I hit the cigarette, immediately got sick.
Oh, it's fucking nasty. Dude, you smell it after you quit too? It's fucking gross. But as soon as you start again, like that smoke goes away. You can't smell. Oh no, actually, I can still fucking smell it after quitting twice. When somebody walks in the room after smoking a cigarette, I'm like, "Fuck, you smell like shit."
Oh, no, I smell them Black and Milds. That's
That is quite.
Oh, that's worse for you, bro. But I actually smoked Black and Milds for a while, Set.
Man, same here though.
Bro,
Hey, back in the day, look,
was the thing
man,
to do. It was the thing to
back
do.
in the days of the early 20s when you were stressing the most. Woo, man, that was your best friend.
Yeah, still, they're actually even worse for you than smoking cigarette. But anyway, my point to the chat is: look, you can't sit there and substitute something for something else. Like it's not gonna fucking work. And the same thing that goes for the whole trans debate. Like you can't sit there and lead people on like, oh yeah, no, your thoughts are worth it. Oh, you feel this way. Oh, it's okay. It's okay that you feel this way. No, there's something fucking wrong with you. They need the hard fucking truth. Get them the fuck out of it and stop it. Like we're getting so fucking degenerate in the way that Americans have become and thinking that, oh no, this is okay. Oh yeah, you should do this. Do you. Look, if you're an adult and you want to do you, fine. As long as you're not a fucking pedophile, I don't give a fuck what the flying fuck you do.
Yeah, same here. I honestly feel the same way. Shout out Dave.
Like that flag at the church I shared you guys on Discord.
Yeah.
They had the minor attracted person flag on a portion of that flag.
At the church?
Yeah.
Oh hell no! I missed that one. You said you put it in Discord?
Oh yeah. I'll send it. Oh, you know what? I specifically took that for Discord. Yes, it's in there. You're gonna have to scroll up in general. But I was like, what the fuck? And did the puking face. Like they have the map flag in that flag of the LGBTQIA++, MAP, whatever the fuck it is. It's on there. And I know for a fact because I was curious about it. I'm like, what the fuck is the map flag? Then I found out it was minor attracted person. And this is the shit that I'm talking about, right? So it's like, oh, well, you're attracted to minors. No, there's nothing mentally wrong with you. No, you have no morality at that point.
Oh, I see it right here.
I mean,
it says Song of Diversity with the New Methodist United Methodist Church.
But hold on. Why are they trying to get pedophiles into their church?
Oh, Catholics are already there, so no problem. But now they're just brother.
Hold on now, that's
brother. What's that? What's that, brother?
Brother, no, seriously, like, how the fuck is that okay? Like, that's not okay. And it's the same shit that goes along with the rest of it. Like, look, if you want to be gay, fine. Look, I'm fine with LGB, right? Once you get past LGB,
I'm fine with the first three letters, but once you get past that, that's when it gets convoluted.
Yeah, you're and look, and the LGB, they don't want to be part of the rest of the TQ blah 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 and everything after. Like they are who they are. That's fine, and they're happy with it. They're not trying to be somebody else. They're not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, one thing I don't like to see is how church and I honestly just want to say Christians specifically have kind of capitulated to the LGBT woke agenda.
I'm gonna be real with you.
Like the one industry where you would think it should have never infiltrated, they've capitulated.
Now look, Christianity.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I like hard line on, but if I was a true believer in Christianity,
I'd be fucking.
But I ain't glad that church would have been burnt down.
Bro,
I'd have drove whatever hours it took to burn that church down. Like, yep, it is over.
Yo, Seth, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's a lot of churches that have those flags out front because they're trying to be inclusive now.
Oh hell no, bro!
There's a church around, actually a church.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. No, there's literally a church that's in a like high liberal area that I used to drive by all the time going to work at my one job. And they had those flags like out front forever. And it had the map flag on it. And every time I passed, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you either stand for something or you don't.
exactly my point.
That's what I don't like about it is because foundationally, like that is going against their moral compass. It goes against everything they teach.
Bro, we're all the real Christians. This be Christians ready to drive out from hundreds of miles away just to be like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Y'all not gonna put this on us. Y'all not gonna put this on us. You better change your whole religion before y'all pop this off.
Oh, the chat is
for chat, Aaron Schmidt. Exactly. Don't fuck with kids.
I would. I mean, like, bro, if you're a church talking about, yeah, we accept pedophiles, well,
yeah, just don't fucking go to the fucking church. At the end of the day, who gives a shit? Okay, that's what you want to do. That's on you. No, I got you. But at the end of the day, look, that's what you want to do. Just like, any adult can do what they want to do. Look, that church wants to invite pedophiles in. Sure. You like minor attracted people. That's on you. I'm just not going to come to your church. That's all there is to it. Let them fucking die the fuck out.
All I gotta say to them little kids in that
Christians
church,
as a whole should have like some type of standard to where I don't know. Like I think that goes against what they preach foundationally. Like, why the hell is Seth makes a good point? Like, people should be showing up in droves.
Of course,
like, y'all are
it goes against.
Y'all are in a Christian church. Y'all could call yourself a church, a synagogue, a community center, but you can't call yourselves a Christian.
Wouldn't be a
church. We don't
synagogue.
stand for that shit.
like, I ain't gonna lie, anybody in that church,
No, honestly, like it's a little messed up, and like I said, I've seen it all over, and that's what they're doing. But like I said, look, the people that run that church are adults. They can do what they want to do. Again, let people do what they want to fucking do. Let them burn in their own fucking hell. And look, I'm not religious. I've told you guys this before. I'm not religious at all. But if you have a mental disability, there's an issue if you perpetuate it and say, no, it's okay. I understand how you feel and want to coddle the fucking person. There's a fucking problem. It's like coddling a fucking person with a heroin addiction.
Well, I'll say this is clearly going to be an issue where people are split on because obviously once you enter religion into the conversation, it's going to get a little bit divisive.
Okay.
I'm concerned as far as my beliefs as a former Christian, I will say that foundationally that goes against everything we were taught. So to grow up 20 years from the time I started going to church and to see how they've capitulated and started to accept and promote this, it honestly beyond anything else, it just throws my head in a tizzy. Like it's confusing to see.
Well, key. Look, like I said, it goes the same route as saying, you have a teenage friend, like that's not 18 yet. That's like, oh, well, I don't think I'm the right gender. Like they have a mental issue. Don't perpetuate it. Get them help. Right.
And I can understand
same thing if you're a heroin addict. Don't say like, oh, well, I understand why you do it, blah, blah, blah. Like say, no, fuck you, get fucking help. Right.
I get that, Dave. I get that. Maybe not to that extreme, but I can understand the aspect of letting them in
because that's the general point of it.
In the Bible, it says, come as you are. So you don't deny anybody, regardless of what they have on, their identity, how they present themselves. You accept them in. But what you do is you don't promote it, you don't glorify it, you don't accept it. You accept them in.
Exactly.
You try and convert them, you try and change them. Like,
but saying that like you're a heroin addict and people being like, oh, well, I understand why you do that. But no.
That's the perspective of a true Christian. You don't turn any soul away. Every soul is worth saving.
Yes. So being a heroin addict, look, that shit's gonna fucking kill you. Stop fucking doing it. Like it's not that fucking hard.
I don't know, but hold on. We got a bit off. Like, because what was it? The main part was the whole pedophilia. So I don't care if they're inviting in like heroin addicts, alcoholics. I don't care about that. Like, power to them. I'd rather the churches do that. But when we talk about pedophiles, I mean, like, what? Why is that not a sting operation? Come here and get saved, and then your ass going to jail or something. Like, I'm confused.
All right, so no, I got you. But my point was like it's all of the same line. Like you have a mental illness. Like there's a problem.
We got Doc Hill in here as well, man. Doc, go ahead and say a word.
Remember, he has a doctorate in divinity.
That'd be me.
Yes, sir.
With you guys to a certain extent. We do not want to go burn down churches because they
no.
Okay, understood. My bad. Understood.
But what y'all have brought up something that my generation and the guys that are older than me and some of the younger guys are saying too is it's a microcosm of every community. You have good, bad, and indifferent. No matter who you are, what race, what denomination, you're gonna have good people, bad people. But when the world sees, and that's what we consider everybody that's not in the church, when the world sees the church just kind of say, "Come on," without any conviction, people step in and go, "Wait a minute," and said it best. Y'all are the ones that are supposed to be holding people accountable. At the same
Exactly.
time, we're told not to judge, but Jesus said, come and sin no more.
Right.
He doing. So there has
We
to be a
accept you
part
as you are,
where,
but there is a standard. There is a way of life that
but
is the Christian way.
absolutely,
It's supposed to be the Christian way.
absolutely.
Right.
And that is, and I've heard people say, what's the purpose of me going to church? When I go to church, man, it's like freaking Beyonce concert up in there. People dressed any kind of way, people are dancing, there's smoke. 25 homeless people that I passed on my way here. I'm not getting it.
Yeah.
So
Hey, Doc.
It's a bad look. Yes, sir.
Hey, just real quick, look, I look, like I said, I'm not religious, but just be a good fucking person in life, right? Like that's at the end of the
Right.
day, just be a good fucking person in life. Don't be a fucking scumbag, and don't be that person. And the scumbags to me would be the ones that say, "Oh, you're a heroin addict. Oh, here, let me give you needles so you don't use needles or something like that." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like it goes along those fucking lines, is what I'm saying.
Right. There are going to be some people who have the willpower. There's some people who are just going to need a crutch. There's going to be some people, no matter what, they're just never going to get off, and we have to accept that. I think it's interesting in our country that you can be put in jail for using drugs, but you to drink, and more people die from alcohol-related situations than most people do from drugs. So it's like we're kind of picking back and forth with our poisons. But back to the pedophilia thing, I heard the little Catholic joke dropped off in there somewhere. All these things are unacceptable in the traditional church. A lot of these new age churches, it's just kind of like what we saw with our government just the last 4 years. Everybody was whatever you want to do, kind of Sodom and Gomorrah mentality. And
Same
since
thing with
Trump's been up
what the
there,
churches
we're
are doing
actually-
now, Doc.
I'm sorry, guys, to interrupt.
What's
I
that?
see Leo literally making the most mute point right now. That's Darwinism, my friend. That is literally Darwinism. Why would you inhibit them by giving them clean needles to do their goddamn deadly drugs?
I mean, if they can't get off it, man. I mean,
if they contract diseases, that's
Survival of the fittest.
Darwinism.
That's their fault. They were idiots about it.
Am I off kilter here? Like, am I off kilter here, guys? Like, is that
No, you're not.
No, that's right. I mean, like you said, if
That's some
in other
Canadian
countries,
shit.
if
They
you
do
want
that
to
in
do
Canada.
drugs,
That's why he's
absolutely. Other countries, yeah,
Oh,
you want to get
we're doing
high,
that shit in
here's the
Philadelphia
area,
too.
Go do it.
Never said I was a Christian, Leo. Never said
Yeah.
I was.
You know what? They were doing that shit in Philadelphia, and look how that shit turned out. They had
They
a
do that shit in
fucking
San Francisco. Look how that shit
Kensington.
turns out.
Yeah, no.
And hold on, because they're trying to make
Yo.
a whole compassionate point. And I'm compassionate to those who want to help themselves.
Exactly.
If you don't want to help yourself,
Correct.
dog, that's sorry. Can't
Exactly. But look, yo, if you want to Google search Kensington and look at the videos on Kensington Ave, dude, there's thousands of videos of people just walking around with these people like zombies because the current mayor at the time in Philadelphia was just giving out needles. Like, here, yeah, do drugs. It's literally a drug cornucopia.
And hold
If
on,
you
bro,
want
what's
any
also
fuck,
crazy?
if you want
I
any
just
drug,
saw my bad.
go to Philadelphia, go to Kensington, go on Kensington Ave. I think it's like A and D streets, somewhere around there, or right by where the train goes through, or the subway, or L is what they call it there. Walk down that street. Every business is closed. Everybody on the street is like bent over because they're all fucking tranked up or on what's the fucking one drug that's coming from everywhere? Fentanyl. They're all on fentanyl, heroin, crack, trank, whatever the fuck case may be. It's it's a fucking zombie area. Literally, there's still videos today, even though the mayor's trying to clean it up.
And you know what's so crazy? The fact that somebody thinks that leaving somebody in the hellish life of an addict is compassionate is crazy. But we got Leo on here to defend himself or to make his point more clear. What's
Yeah,
going on?
definitely that. I mean, so when you mentioned Canada did it, the safe supply and the needles, and then Philadelphia's done certain things, and they were bad, especially up here. But that's because there was they didn't do anything else. They just said, okay, well, at least if we supply them safe needles and they know where their supply is coming from, then that will reduce overdoses. They didn't put any infrastructure in for proper rehab
Before you get
clinics.
too
Same thing
far,
down here, Leo.
Yeah, I
before you get
know,
too
I
far on
know.
that point, Leo.
So I'm
Hold
saying,
on,
if you're just
Leo.
gonna
Before you get
band-aid,
too far on that point, Leo, because I do want to let you finish. How far are they supposed to go in inhibiting something that is inherently bad? We are talking about fucking heroin here.
Yes.
You're talking about, oh, that's all they did is give them clean needles. What the fuck else do you want them to do?
you want you want them to set up rehab clinics and proper fucking treatment, not just here. Now you can
They
do these
have
drugs
that. Nobody
cleanly.
wants to do it though, Leo. That's the
Bro, no, they
problem.
don't.
If you're gonna give them clean needles, why go to rehab? If you're gonna promote
Exactly.
it,
Because you don't. Because these are people's family. People. These are human beings. They're people.
Okay,
You don't
Leo.
just.
So
You
then
don't
who's
just say
looking out
you
for
chose.
them? Obviously
No,
not their family.
you don't just say you chose a life of drugs. Sorry, bro. You're dead. What is that?
Kinda,
bro. It's all reverts back to the original point that Set made. You have to want to help yourself. You could get all the rehab, you have all the resources in the world from your family, from
Yes.
your local government. If you
and
don't
you
want
ask,
to change, you won't.
Bro, somebody wants to walk off a cliff, no
Oh,
matter how much
wait, hold on, wait, guys, 1 second, guys. So, and on top of what Seth said, right? So that reverts to them wanting to help themselves. Where does that revert to past that? That has to go to people that know the person wanting to help them and tell them they need help, correct?
if they have people in their lives.
Okay, well, if they don't, then the government giving them needles does not help them.
Dave, let's let Leo finish. One at a time,
All right.
guys.
I'm just saying you can't put band-aid solutions on these things. If you say, "Oh, you will give you clean needles, therefore they'll never want to get off heroin," that's not how it works. And if you're acting like city governments have all this infrastructure and proper fucking funding to address the issue, I think you're living in a fucking fantasy, because that is not the state of
Ooh,
mental health.
I'm gonna call you out right there.
That is
No,
not
no,
the state of mental health and addiction in the West, bro. I'm just
I
saying from
need to
firsthand
stop that right there.
experience. Yeah, Dave, shut up. Fuck you, man.
There are
Okay, Leo's
those
a bit
things
passionate
in
about this.
Philadelphia.
Okay, so Leo's coming from a bit of point of a passion about this, so I can see this hits home for you.
No, look, I get it, but there are those things in Philadelphia. The problem is, look, Leo, I'm going to tell you right now. Go watch the Kensington videos,
dude. I've seen it.
Go
all.
find it.
I've
No,
seen
no,
it
hear
fucking
me out.
all.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Go find the Kensington videos. Go watch them. Go listen to the people on the street telling you what they want, what they get, and then you come back and talk to me. Okay?
Oh, hold on.
Dave, I know
Dave, so Leo,
exactly what they want. It's a mental fucking illness, just like the lot of it. It's addiction.
I understand that, but they're just perpetuating the fucking issue by giving clean needles, like Seth said, like he said. They're not helping the issue.
Well, they're helping.
Okay,
them not
that saves them from
contract
dying
HIV.
from AIDS.
They're
That saves them
helping
from.
quick
Yeah,
interjection though.
exactly.
Leo, are you personally involved in this?
Do I
Like, do you
know
have-
people who work in the front lines of trying to give addicts a better life,
No,
and
that's
have
not what he's
had
asking.
people and family pass away from addiction? Yes. So when I
That's
hear
very
people,
generalized, but sure.
I do hear a bit of a passionate tone in your voice right now. I'm
so
trying
when
to
you
help
hear people just say, "Well, it's kind of like they've sealed their own fate," and
That's not what I said at all.
This is yes,
that.
you.
That's what, in a way, that's what I said. In a way,
You're kind of alluding to it, because you're saying, "Well, why would they get off heroin if they have clean needles?" It's like that's only a fraction of the problem, guys, and you know this. It's a broad. It has to have infrastructure.
multifaceted,
You
you
have to
get
have
it.
people who
Nuanced
want to help. And
What the fuck did I just say?
compassion is clearly in short supply these days. So that's all I'm saying, to take a bit more of a step back approach, instead of, these people, these addicts, these homeless people are already some of the most marginalized in society, and are basically on YouTube for people to gawk at and say, "Whoa, isn't that terrible that people are that addicted to drugs. They don't need any less like fake optimism on their part of, well, if they just, they got to fix themselves. Obviously, they know this, but they are
What's
struggling
fake
like to the
optimism?
nth
Again, bro,
degree.
go listen to the videos. They don't care.
Dave.
I mean, okay, I hear you.
I
like to
live right
chime in
around the
also too.
corner. I live 20 minutes from fucking Kensington. I can go drive there fucking right now. You want me to do a fucking live stream driving through there and having a conversation with these fucking people? Maybe I'll get fucking robbed and jacked for all my shit. Come on, bro.
No, man.
Now,
I'd like to chime
I
in for a
know
second.
exactly what's happening.
Leo, I kind of hear your point where he's coming from on this. Like, I do hear your point, but I do think you're misunderstanding. Yeah, I get your and I get your point, but I do think you're misunderstanding what we're saying when we're saying we're trying to be compassionate for him, because, like, look, bro, I could do everything I want to do for these people. I could build a damn clinic for these. I could damn near give out free money to these people, but we do have to understand that there is people who don't want to help themselves. Now, we are that, yes, and you got to. I have compassion for these people. I do want them to live a better life, but they don't have compassion enough for themselves. Those are the people that I'm talking about who honestly rather lie, cheat, and steal than to better their lives for themselves or their families. So when you hit us with the we don't have compassion, like, no, we do. We have all the compassion in the world, but we cannot have compassion for everyone, because some of these people will honestly play on our compassion just to honestly live this lifestyle.
And Leo, before you respond, let me steal man that was saying, like I said, you have some people, not everybody is a recovering addict. Not everybody is an addict trying to make it to the other side. Some people are comfortable in their addiction. Some people want to be addicted to whatever drug. Again, it reverts back to the original point that you have to make that choice for yourself.
And I know where he's coming from, because I know he probably heard some stories where some people's like, yo, I truly want to quit. But
those
I can't.
people deserve the compassion.
Yeah, they do. I get your point on that.
My brain is literally nodding out of my head as I nod at what you guys say.
Yeah, I think we just are not in agreement when we talk about the exception and the rule of these people. I think when you talk about the people who just like are very hypocritical about it. Oh, I love heroin. I'll just keep shooting heroin all day. I don't give a fuck. That's like an exception. I think most people would rather not be on the streets.
You're diminishing a good percentage of addicts, bro. There's some people who are comfortable in their addiction.
I mean,
of course there are.
Show me something that points to that, bro, because you're diminishing, I would say, a good percentage.
Like, you have to be a good number of out of 10 addicts that we line up, how many of them are comfortable?
Yeah, literally.
Look,
like I said, probably
not
not a lot of them, bro. They're living on the streets and addicted to drugs.
I'd venture to say almost half. 4 or 5 out of those 10 addicts are probably like, yeah, this is all right. This is what it is for me.
All right, so like
now we're speculating here. We both are. So I'm just.
I'm not.
No, we should lock their ass up and try to get them right, but not letting them die on the streets, of course.
I'm just saying, I'm just making the point that not everybody is trying to be a recovering addict. Not everybody's trying to make it to the other side. Some people are like, fuck it.
That's kind of my point of why I want Leo to watch those videos. Is half these people that are out there like, oh, they're giving me clean needles and they don't care. They're like, oh yeah, they're giving me clean needles. I'm just going to continue shooting up because that's what they give me. And that's the majority of the people that end up congregating in those areas. And the point to me, the point that I wanted to make was like, look, when I tried to quit smoking, right, I wanted to be around people that didn't smoke.
Dave, not at all the same thing.
Oh, nicotine's not addictive?
Oh, of course it's addictive, but it's not fucking heroin or fentanyl or crack.
It's not. I'm trying to make a point here, and you're just like, fuck you, bro. Okay, so now you're going against what the fuck that I tried to say earlier.
If you're trying to equate to nicotine, then yeah, nicotine can be destructive and it can be very addictive, but not in any way, shape, or form as the way heroin or these other hard drugs can.
Hey, Leo, you
can I interject before they change over?
Yeah, please. Go ahead, Doc. Yep.
I haven't personally been addicted to the major drugs. I'm grateful, but I have had family members who were, and I've seen those who, as the majority here is saying, that just seem like they don't care. How many times you put them in rehab? No, it's like it's they just go back. And then I've seen those that climbed out of the bucket. My stepfather was one that did. He had gotten addicted to crack, and this was back, I guess, in the 90s. And going to him, he saw how it was tearing up the family. I was a young adult at the time, and he actually called me. He was like, "Look, I need you to come pick me up. Take me to this program. I got to get off this stuff." And I took him to the program. He had a warrant for his arrest. They wouldn't accept him. He's like, "Take me to jail." Took him to jail. He had the fortitude, and like I mentioned before, some people have the will, some people don't. Some people have, addictive traits. I mean, anything I don't like to gamble because
addictive personality.
I don't addictive personality, right? So it's not just sometimes it's physical, sometimes it's mental, sometimes physical and mental. Sometimes it's even just
genetic.
Let's say a kid is, I mean, like if you're around that, you may start on it, and then if you come to find out, your granddad was a crackhead, or this, it's in your blood. Right. And so same thing with alcoholism or any other addictive substance. Or at the end of the day, that's what it makes it kind of hard, because some people will not be able to get off without somebody putting them in a cell and locking them up and let them just get the shakes and get, treat them the best they can. Other people can say like, enough is enough. And there's just so many components that make up those different things.
You can't do that though to someone.
This is the point that I'm trying to get at. Oh my lord. Anyway, this is the point that I was trying to get at. All right. So, like, for instance, I've quit smoking a few times, right? So, but when I'm around people that do it, it makes me start again every fucking time without fucking fail. Like, I'll start first, I go to a bar, have a drink, or I'm drinking with friends, they'll smoke a cigarette, and I'm like, oh yeah, fuck it, I'm just drinking, I'll smoke a cigarette. It every fucking time goes right back to the same fucking thing. Same thing with like, and mind you, let me just tell you this, Leo. I had my first ex-wife, after she left, she got into crack and heroin. She was in rehab for 7 fucking years. And I saw her go back and forth and back and in and out and blah, 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 whatever the case may be. In and out. So I understand drug addiction. I get it. The problem is it's a issue that you need to either want to deal with or you don't. For right now, for me, and I'm not equating this to an heroin addiction, but I don't want to quit because it relieves my fucking stress from my fucking dumbass current almost ex-wife. When we are divorced, I guarantee you I'm going to quit fucking smoking again.
And, to piggyback off Dave's point, I honestly, that's how kind of some people view their heroin use.
Ooh.
Yeah, they need to do it.
So it's all.
They give themselves.
I swear, when this one thing
it's
is
an
done,
excuse. Look, it is an excuse. I'm not gonna lie. Look, I should quit smoking right now. I could. I have the Nicorette gum.
I'll give you that.
I've quit cold turkey a few times before.
Hold on.
Okay, so if I may, if we are acknowledging that people, and I've heard it too and seen it, where someone who's addicted to opiates and they say like, oh, I just need, like, I can't do it right now. Seriously, it's impossible, and they know it better than anyone. I guess it's they've justified it somehow in their mind. So if this person, and you care for them and you're looking out for them, and you believe them when they say, I need a month or so more doing this, why would you deprive them the ability to have a clean needle so that when
okay, Leo, you said not to equate the two.
Why? Because if you believe in someone,
no, you're saying you told me not to equate the two. Either pick or choose a side here, bro. Don't be a devil's advocate at this point. Like you said, I can't equate smoking to a heroin addict, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why would you equate the two? If I can't,
I didn't.
You did. You said if I want to not do this for a month, why would I do that to somebody else?
was it?
No. He said if why would he block care for somebody else?
If S.E.T, I think it was either S.E.T or Keith said it. They've heard you said they've heard someone say they're not ready to do it, and I'm assuming you weren't talking about cigarettes. Like, and there's videos of people like the same Kensington videos. Now there's people.
No, I wouldn't. And look, I wouldn't expect any of you. I would expect all of you to tell me, bro, just stop smoking now.
Yeah,
that's what I would expect of you.
Of course, you'd say, but you can't compel these people to do things.
Okay,
at all.
then why are we spending money on them if they're not doing it? I don't expect you to spend money on me, right?
Because they're not lost causes. Because no one's.
You just proved my point.
No one's a lost cause.
Okay, so but why are we spending money on them? Is my point. You're not spending money on me.
And all right, guys. So we do want to keep on the.
Are you addicted to heroin, Dave?
No. All right, guys.
No,
all right.
just the cigarette.
We're gonna go ahead and move along with the
guys.
conversation.
You can buy Nicorette.
All right.
No, I have Nicorette.
Appreciate y'all's input, man. We'll bring y'all back up.
All right, man. It's all love, guys. We're gonna go ahead and get on to the next topic of the video because man,
that was
it was quite the conversation.
Yeah, guys, for sure.
But I can say my closing thoughts on the conversation is, well, honestly, I feel where Leo was coming from. We can't give up on these people. And I get it. It's a bit of a bleeding heart argument, but I get it. And what I would say is that, if we don't help these people, then there's gonna be other people take advantage of them. Let's keep it real. Like the drug dealers are gonna take advantage of them. If the government helps them, the drug dealers are even gonna get more up on them. The law system, we're just gonna keep locking them up. At a certain point, I say, just lock them up and fix them in there.
I'm sorry. I'm just laughing because I just remember where the conversation started from. We were talking about pedophiles in church, and somehow we branched off to
heroin.
Literally.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
But man, fire discussion. Keep it going, guys.
Being seriously injured or even killed for people to understand how serious this is. It has nothing to do with transphobia and bringing up trans men or biological women who are competing against men because they are trans men, whatever the terminology is for all of that. You don't see the outrage at that because, as you mentioned, Piers, they're not winning. They're not crushing the competition. And if they have, it's in very, very few cases that are negligible. What you're seeing also, you're not seeing the outrage about that because it's very few cases, I haven't heard of any, where trans men, biological women who are transitioning to men, want to be in men's locker rooms, that want to make men feel uncomfortable while they're changing, being in their changing space, watching them undress. So it's a completely different situation. And when you ignore not only biology, but when you ignore gender itself, why should biological women, and I don't even like saying that, Piers, I don't like even referring to myself as a biological woman. I'm a woman, okay? I was born that way. I don't like having to preface that with what I am biologically. I'm a woman. Why should me and other women like me have to put up with competing against men or having men in our locker rooms, men in our restroom, because it makes a very, very small segment of the population feel better about themselves? Why do their feelings trump the feelings of women? That's what I don't understand in this argument, in this debate.
No, I don't. And Brianna, as the professor said, he's had death threats, people wanting him dead, simply because, as a biologist, he spells out the bleeding obvious factual reality of this. And as he points out, he's not remotely transphobic, nor am I. I want trans people to have exactly the same rights to fairness, equality, and safety that I enjoy. I've always said that.
How is it equality if we don't have the same
Hold
access?
Hold on, Eli.
I'll come back to you, Eli. I'll answer that question, but let Brianna answer. But here's the point. It doesn't make you transphobic if you actually don't want to see women's rights eroded in the process.
Of course it doesn't, Piers. This is the whole problem. The Eli and her trans fringe freak show friends are threatening anyone that disagrees with them. I, as a trans woman, have dealt with their death threats constantly since just standing up and trying to say, we've got to have some common sense conversations about this. There's nothing he said in that interview that's remotely transphobic. And the thing is, he is in the middle, Piers. He is in the middle. And what is happening with this brain dead progressive fringe movement is they are taking Democrats that would be on our side, that want to have trans rights protected. They are turning it into the enemy, and they're destroying these organizations so they can't stand against the Republicans that want to take away everything.
He said, case in point, to kind of finish off the conversation we were just having on call. He said, if I went out to Panhandle, would you give me money? If I'm an addict, would you give me needles? Would you provide an environment for me to do my drugs?
I mean, man.
Here. They are annihilating our defenses. And Eli, I really want to know, this is my direct question for you. When does this brilliant progressive plan you have for trans rights, when does this curve kick in and we start winning elections again? Because my generation had this for years. And it was progress that you enjoyed when you had your stuff paid for. When do all your brilliant ideas kick in and we start winning elections again? Because you're destroying our entire movement. You're doing things like giving hormones to children. You're giving hormones to children online. You put together a network for this. You lied about it in the aftermath. When did your ideas start working, Eli?
We heard this exact same rhetoric during the civil rights movement, the gay rights movement.
What is the point? When do they start working?
Progress takes time. You know this, and we've talked before. It does take time, and we can't cut into the rights of anyone. Trying to throw anyone under the bus means that we erode all rights. And we've seen this already with the Supreme Court knocking down certain transgender rights. Next comes abortion, then comes cisgender women's rights, then comes free speech. We've seen it over and over again. We've seen it with the civil rights movement. We've seen it with the gay rights movement of the 1960s to 80s. There's going to be this period of demonization.
That's your answer. Just keep waiting with these brain dead tactics. They're losing elections. Trump is back in office with your playbook, Eli. Your playbook. You put Trump back in office.
Kamala wouldn't even say the word transgender. I really don't think that's very progressive.
No, but you know what she did do? You know what she did do? Hang on, Brianna. I mean, what Kamala Harris did do, she and President Biden both supported having trans women in women's sport. And that was part of the most successful political ad in recent memory. As I said to the professor, when you had an ad that ended up, Kamala's for they, them, Donald Trump's for you. That was deemed to be the most effective ad in modern political American history. Right? At some point, Eli, you've got to look at yourself and think, wow, our campaign isn't working. Telling people that it's okay for biological men to come into women's sport and be massively.
And shout out Big Wave Day.
Yes, sir. He said, I'm going to write in red Sharpie and go take advantage of these bleeding hearts. I'm poor. I need money, and these morons will hand it out, bro. Bro, they sit here and do it all day.
Hey, and then Big Wave Dave, hop out and pull up in your sports car,
bro. Panhandling is proven to be a pretty lucrative job, low key, bro. I remember what's the fucking thing? Not Entertainment Tonight,
bro. You remember the underlining joke of panhandling?
Inside Edition. They ran a special on a guy who was doing panhandling, and he was making hundreds of dollars a day. Had a Mercedes, and he had a nice crib in LA.
Yep, you just get out there, we'll go to different parts. Hey, yo, can I get some money? Can I get some money,
bro?
And like, bro, you go to enough spots, hide your whip, like, bro, you making like $2K a day,
bro. It was crazy. Shout out Beneficent, another one of the members, $5. He said Lupron is given to treat prostate cancer and transition boys. It destroys your bones and deprives you of testosterone. What is that?
Oh, shit. Yeah. Yes, it is. I mean, Lupron, bro, there's other things that they use for puberty blockers. I mean, like the chemical that they use to castrate pedophiles. Yeah, they use that for puberty blockers as well. So yeah, it's wild stuff that they do.
Be more successful as women than they ever were as men, which is what happens
in
almost every single
years.
case. That is not fair. It's not equal. It's not right. It's cheating. And if you don't think it is, and you try and pretend it isn't, eventually, as we saw.
Shout out Dave. He says the difference between being an idiot and a realist.
Most Americans wake up and go, bullshit. I'm going to vote for Trump even if I don't like him, because he'll stop this madness. And I simply say to you, I want all trans people to have fairness, equality, and safety. Why would you jeopardize all that at the altar of such obviously unfair, unequal, unsafe bullshit? Genuinely.
If you actually look at the polls, the most popular, the most important electoral issue for people, it wasn't trans people. That was about
weak. Shout out Big Wave Dave. He says the difference between being an idiot and a realist. Yeah, that's the truth. That is the truth. Like I said, Leo's argument wasn't bad. It was just like I said, it was like a bleeding heart argument. And you could tell he was coming from a compassionate spot. He's been in the field. Basically, he told me like, bro, I've been in the field with this. Like I know these people, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure you know the good ones. You know the good ones, Leo.
But 1%.
I didn't say it was, but I did say the advert I talked
either.
about was the most successful in modern times. The New York Times, a liberal progressive newspaper, concluded it may have moved the needle by 3 points. Right? That was the damage.
The New York Times is not,
that Kamala Harris's
liberal or
pro-trans
progressive
bullshit
on
had
trans
caused.
issues.
She can't answer, Pierce. She can't answer. She will not defend these brain dead tactics. You know, Pierce, I don't want to go compete against Tommy in sports. I want to go have lunch uptown with her and like talk about normal stuff.
Right.
That's why I transitioned to just have a normal life. Eli is out there pushing this narrative that science doesn't matter, that sex doesn't matter, that we can just roll into every space. She claims to be a feminist, but she doesn't want to make any common sense compromises with the women she says she speaks for.
Yeah, and we see, as we saw, right, and as we saw with J.K. Rowling, and we saw with the professor, and we see with everyone. I've had it. When you poke your head over this, Tommy, and you say this stuff, the trans lobby, let's just use the collective phrase. I'm not saying they're all like this by any means. I'm not even good at you, Eli, but the abuse, the threats, the viciousness, the calls to be cancelled, the targeting of your employment, of your.
And shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, I have a lifetime of being compassionate. Unfortunately, people want to take advantage as I obviously could with a cardboard sign. I mean, Big Wave Dave, trust me. I was kind of trying to explain that to Leo. I was like, bro, some of these people will play on our compassion. They'll play on our compassion and keep on playing on it. And I mean, if our compassion means they get more drugs, they get more money, and they don't ever have to change themselves or work on themselves, they'll do that. People will, I mean, it's human nature to always take the path of least resistance. It's only the special ones who want to take the path of of fighting an uphill battle. Everybody wants the path of least resistance. Nobody want to fight an uphill battle. And people who want to take the path of least resistance play on compassion.
Your bosses and so on. It's so insidious. And to me, it's so self-harming to the cause. I know people who are trans, who are very quiet, want to get on with their lives. They don't want all this nonsense. They don't want the trans lobby trying to pretend it's fine for trans women to be in women's sport because they know everybody laughs at it and makes them a laughing stock. They just want to lead their lives like the rest of us. And I wish they could without being dragged into this crap.
Yeah, and Piers, look no further than the way that Caitlyn Jenner is treated by the left and by many in the LGBTQ rainbow mafia, as I call them. That is that far left fringe part of the LGBTQ movement that is seemingly louder than the rest of the movement. And that's really unfortunate. But I'll tell you, Piers, what I think a lot of this comes down to. I think that there are a lot.
I always do say is like, bro, like, when it comes to the LGB, bro, and we're all good. We're good with them. We're good. But then the rest of them, that's the side that F's it up for all of y'all. That's what gives all the criticism to everybody. And there was already some extremes in the LGB side. They already had their extremists. But then y'all went too extreme with the trans stuff. And then everything else preceding that.
A lot of activists and a lot of activists.
And shout out Big Wave Dave. Fight for it or don't. Otherwise, you typically don't get my compassion. You bleed your heart enough, you are left without any blood to give. Yep. If you bleed your heart enough, you are left without any blood to give. And that's the problem.
Organizations out there that make a lot of money on this issue. And if it were not for this controversy, if it were not for them continuing to encroach on women's rights and women's sports and women's spaces, they wouldn't have a job title. They wouldn't have a crusade. They wouldn't be able to fundraise. So whereas many people are completely fine with LGBTQ, they support it, people living their lives. I'm one of those people. Once you start pushing people too far, you're going to get the backlash. But I don't think these activists mind the backlash. In fact, I think they thrive off of it, and I think they make their paychecks off of it because they love it. They love keeping this at the center of controversy. That's the only way a lot of these organizations can exist. That's the only way a lot of these nonprofits can exist. And that's the only way that some of these people can take huge salaries pretending to be and cosplaying to be advocates for the LGBTQ community. And it's really a shame.
And Tommy, what did you make of Mark Zuckerberg, his extraordinary statement on all previous Facebook, Instagram policies about including the gender issue. He said, we do allow now allegations of mental illness or abnormality when based on gender or sexual orientation, given political and religious discourse about transgenderism and homosexuality and common non-serious usage of words like weird. These are revised company guidelines. Do you feel completely comfortable with that? I mean, do you think we should be encouraging people to say that all trans people are mentally ill or they're weird or whatever? Or do you think that slightly crosses a line of being fair and equal to them?
I mean, what you mean? Open for criticism. Everybody's open to criticism except for them. I don't think so. Nope. No. If I can say some wild stuff online and people are going to hop down my neck, you should be able to say some wild stuff online and people are going to hop down your neck. And you should not be protected for saying any type of wild stuff like that. Because let's be real. If you think you're gonna come out there and as a man and say, "Oh, treat me as a woman," and somebody's not gonna look at you like you're crazy, I mean, bro, you're living in like La La Land. You're living in the fantasy world at this point. So you need to go and step out into reality, because I ain't gonna lie, these social media companies have sheltered y'all, and y'all need to go ahead and get hit with reality of what you think is borderline crazy. And a shout out, Big Wave Dave. Yo, video sent in video and shorts. Please. Oh, my bad. Play that, please. Got you.
Well, listen, free speech is saying what you want to say. It's also hearing what you don't want to hear. There's plenty on these so-called free speech platforms that I don't like to see. I don't like to see transgenderism pushed on children, but unfortunately that's been in existence on Meta platforms and on TikTok for several years now. It's unfortunate. So I think you need to open up the other side of the conversation. I'm not all the way optimistic that Meta is actually going to do that. I mean, anytime we talk about even equality for women in women's sports and them being able to compete at a high level with other women, you're censored on Meta platforms. I know because I work for Outkick that talks about this issue a lot and is at the forefront of the issue.
And all right, man, shout out Big Wave Dave, because I guess he kind of want to bring home a hard point on this one. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and let this video play out for a little bit, and then we'll go ahead and bring up Big Wave Dave's video.
So I'm cautiously optimistic, but listen, I don't agree with bullying people, calling people mentally ill or weird. I don't personally do that. I don't like it. However, if you're going to have a platform that talks about both sides of the issue, you have to let the other side be able to speak as well. I'm hopeful that we can see that.
Yeah, and Eli, you know, if you're getting professors who are not remotely transphobic, like my last guest, getting told to shoot themselves dead, fillet a gun in their mouths, as he put it.
I mean, bro, what do you mean? There have been women who spoke out against the trans ideology, and trans women will come out. Some dude in makeup will come out talking about how they're gonna hurt this lady until she died, how they're gonna bang her head up against the floor and all that good stuff, saying all type of violent stuff. Yeah, that's the side we're talking about. So as soon as somebody speaks out about him, you got some big ass dude in makeup talking about how he's gonna hurt some woman. Yeah, you guys are tripping.
You know, what right does the other side have to then say, well, you can't use mean words like weird about us? Genuinely.
Well, that's a huge generalization, Piers. I don't support anyone encouraging abuse or harm to anyone. And most trans people don't either. Like Brianna said, there is a very reactionary fringe who may engage in these very harmful behaviors and rhetoric. This doesn't represent all trans people. And surprisingly, I also find myself agreeing with Tommy that no, we should not have bullying on these platforms. And this means also not calling trans people weird. This new policy actually infringes on free speech, because when I'm called mentally ill or weird, I stop engaging, and that obstructs my ability and willingness to speak. So what this policy is doing is discouraging queer and trans people, along with migrants who are also included in this policy.
No, it pretty much stopped protecting their false thinking. It stops protecting their mental illness. We're pretty much saying, okay, instead of YouTube taking me down, instead of Facebook taking me down, Instagram taking me down, you're gonna deal with me. It's either you disengage with me or you prove to me why I should see a man with makeup as a woman. Because let's be real, the only reason why some of you trans people get out of those debates is because we get taken down. As soon as we push back on you about it, our comment gets taken down, our video gets taken down. So now that you guys no longer have that protection, Yeah, I would hope y'all would disengage. That's all y'all got left is to run away because you can't defend it.
From speaking on their own behalf.
Yeah, I mean, I would say to that the behavior of the extremists in the trans community has been a massive problem. When someone like J.K. Rowling tried to have a reasonable debate about this and just got utterly bombarded with death threats. And the whole turf stuff and everything, all of it is ridiculous. It's all got to stop. We've got to calm everybody down and have a genuinely reasoned and sensible and calm debate about the reality, which is more and more trans women are now trying to compete in women's.
But all right, though. I mean, Dave wanted to stamp his point with this whole, yo, do some of these addicts, heroin addicts, deserve our compassion? Well, shout out to Big Wave Dave. You got a video for us to go over and analyze, man. You tell me.
Don't fall asleep outside because you won't have, don't fall asleep outside because you won't have nothing when you wake up. Don't trust too many people. Just pretty much stay to yourself if you do come out.
Hey, what's up, AML fam? We are here in Kensington.
And shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, go watch Blair White.
How you doing today, love?
Doing okay, I guess. A little hungry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we can go after this. There's a mom and pop store right there. I could treat you. The platters down there be popping. What's your name, love?
Bam.
B-A-M?
Yes.
Is that your real name or your nickname?
My nickname.
Why they call you Bam?
How I walk.
How you walk? Bam? I don't get it. Like, what is Bam? Is that?
Well, it's short for Bambi. It's
Bambi.
got a little hop.
Oh, Bambi. I love Bambi. Okay, now I get it now. Okay, how old are you, Bam?
I'm 42.
Let's go do a little throwback. Paint us a picture of your household. What was it like?
Well, there's two girls, 2 boys. I'm the second oldest. My father was addicted to alcohol. And I watched abuse, with my mom and stuff. Pretty much through my whole childhood till I was 13, and they finally separated.
So you had a really tough upbringing growing up in a household like that, right?
Yeah.
You had your own room?
No. I shared a room with my mom, my dad, and my sister.
Okay. What are some of your favorite childhood memories, if you have any?
Driving in a new Cadillac with my grandpa all the time.
In middle school and high school, what type of student?
She's 22? Yo, hold on. She's 22? Ain't no way. Fox Chase, you really?
When were you?
I was a straight A student. Mm-hmm.
What was your favorite subject?
Art and math.
After school, what did you get involved in?
Not much really. I just stayed home and worked on my schoolwork and stuff. I went to business school, but then I started getting high and I dropped out. But right now I'm in Capella.
Then I got high, and then I got high. Yep. That's all their story. Like I was doing really good things with my life, but then I got high.
Took a semester off though, because I relapsed.
What about some jobs? What were some jobs you had in the past?
I bartended for like 14 years, managed a bar.
Oh, so you know how to mix things up, huh? You a mixer. All right, got you. We out here in Kensington, the Black Hole. How long have you been in Kensington on this run that you're on now?
Actually, I just came over to this side. I've been with an abusive boyfriend for the past 2 years. I left my husband. So
you left your husband, you said? How long you was married for?
3 years. Kind of came over here to hide, but I'm working on the Ave, trying to make some money.
So now, do you have a place to stay currently?
No.
Damn, love. And it's been a month for you that way?
Yeah.
Where do you sleep and stuff?
I don't sleep much. I go here and there when I do sleep.
Don't you miss a bed? Taking showers.
I take showers.
Private.
And shout out Big Wave Dave. Said drugs are bad. Okay.
To see and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But do you take showers regularly, like how you would if you had your own place?
No.
Right? Do you pay people to take showers?
Yes.
It's a hustle out here, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's talk about addiction, right? Mm-hmm. When did yours begin?
When I was 20.
And who introduced you to it?
A guy I was kind of talking to.
How old was he at the time?
Maybe his mid-20s.
What drug was it?
Freebase crack cocaine.
Now, what made you decide to do it?
I lost a pregnancy. It was my first time being pregnant. I don't know, I guess it just hit me wrong. I miscarried.
Oh,
damn. I ain't gonna lie. That's not the first time I heard that. Of a woman miscarrying and then falling right into hard drugs. Oh, my God.
You miscarried. I'm so sorry, love. So when you did it, how did it make you feel, your first experience?
Good.
Good?
Yeah. At 26, I started snorting heroin, and then it got so bad to where I had to shoot it because it was too much I had to take.
And who introduced you to it?
An ex-boyfriend.
These toxic ex, They can't show you nothing else positive but the demonic things just to ruin a beautiful queen like you. I'm so sorry you met some people that, messed you up. Out here currently, what drugs are you dealing with now?
Crack cocaine and heroin. Yeah.
You shoot it, right? Is it heroin anymore, love?
No.
What is it now?
Fentanyl and Trank.
And then they got another one called Rhino. You ever heard of the Rhino?
Yeah, everybody's losing their limbs.
Yeah, and I'm looking at you, love. You're blessed to still have everything intact. Oh, shit. Aren't you afraid?
Hold on, man. The first day was hitting it with the Fetty. Now they're hitting it with this Rhino, and now you're losing limbs? The Fetty, aka the fentanyl, is what Loki was killing y'all. Now y'all got Rhino, the Rhiny now, that's losing limbs? Okay, that's crazy. Yep. You thought the Fetty was the worst? Now we got Rhino.
That might happen.
Your favorite crackhead losing his limbs. I mean, how's my favorite crackhead gonna fix my car if he's missing his hands?
You?
I keep my hygiene up, so I think that's a little bit of the reason to it.
Hygiene?
Yeah, increases so much.
Yeah, so why do you think some people get these big wounds and they just spread out?
It's a fungus and it's a staph and just goes into rapid. I think because they're not washing correctly and the feces and the urine that they.
And out here too, it's not the cleanest place.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're not going through that, but I'm sorry for everyone else is going through that because it's bad. People are losing their legs, their arm.
And that's facts, Big Way Dave. He's like, "Set, I showed you what drugs do to people's looks wise. My first ex after me, she went down hard, even though she got clean." And I'm like, bro, trust me, like some of them effects from doing like methamphetamines, like meth is probably what kills looks the most. One, because it keeps you up, your body's not able to replenish its cells and all that good stuff. So your skin, like it degenerates, like it withers away pretty much. And you start having these cradles and all this crazy stuff. So yeah, trust me, I've seen. It's bad.
I seen one girl, her whole forehead is open.
Sure.
Yeah, the forehead. Yeah, that's how bad it is. And you see people still going in there trying to find a vein. And that's
they
the power.
Go in the wound because they can see the veins.
The power of addiction. Woo. Now, what all have you lost due to your addiction?
3 children.
God damn.
Well, soon be done, all right, love? You said 3 children. Anything else you have lost your addiction?
Jobs. Family.
What's the relationship like now with you and your family?
I just have my mom.
Your dad, is he alive?
No.
May his soul rest in peace. And the kids, what about them? Do you keep in touch with them?
My youngest, I do. My 4-year-old.
Okay, that's good. So what's a day out here look like for you, 24 hours?
Pretty much running back and forth, making money, getting high,
How much you make average in a day to survive?
About 300.
Wow. And that's with the guys, 300 or other hustles?
With the guys, yeah, that's not really what I'm used to. I usually post online, so.
And that's scary. Do you have regulars or do you just take
regulars.
Russian roulette? Oh, okay, because
And
Russian
I do
roulette
play
is,
that as
you play
well.
the Russian roulette?
Yeah.
Have anything horrible happened to you since you've been out here?
Not out here.
What way it happened to you at?
I was raped.
You said heroin, crack, and meth. Yeah. Meth has the worst effects, but heroin and crack, I'll definitely take your looks downhill too. I mean, look, bro. You abuse any drug enough and you ain't gonna start looking right, okay?
Sodomized when I was 26.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Was that somebody you knew?
No. I was walking in Allentown and just somebody came through the alleyway.
Do you have friends out here?
Friends? No.
No friends. So how do you stay safe out here?
Pepper spray.
What do you think about what's going on out here with all the cops? Are they helping you?
No, it's ridiculous. It's making things worse.
Have you?
First off, I'm gonna be real with you. She's not. Let's be real. She's a prostitute and she's a drug addict. They don't care about her. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I know it sounds effed up, but this may go into Leo's point, but yeah, the system, they don't care about you. Actually, there's a reason why like serial killers preyed on women like her, because the system we don't care about them.
You had any clean time in the past?
Is what it is.
Yeah, year here, 2 years there.
That's great. And what are some other triggers besides depression for you? Boredom. And what hobbies and stuff that you like to do when you were not in addiction? What were some hobbies you like?
Be with my kids, I guess.
And your kids? Anything else?
Not really.
if your family member come out here to visit you, will you allow them? Will you welcome them?
Yeah.
What are your fears in life? What are you afraid of?
Losing limbs. Yeah. Death. Death.
Death,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Are you religious? Do you have a spiritual or religious belief?
I used to.
What was it?
God.
Hey, why you give up on God, girl? He still got your back. You alive. He still believe in you. He just wants you to take the steps forward. He's gonna carry you the rest of the way, love. Yeah. Don't give up on that man, because he with you inside, you know? He got you still alive for a reason. So don't give up on him, all right, love?
Okay.
If you could give a message to a newborn child, what advice would you give them?
Stay on the right path. Listen to your parents. Go to school.
Beautiful. And all the stuff that you have been through in life, what lessons have you learned from it?
Yeah.
Not to trust, certain people. That, when you feel like you need somebody, you really don't. Just take maybe some time for yourself.
Absolutely. When you was a little girl, what do you want to become when you grow up?
Medical examiner.
Do you have a favorite band or artist you listen to?
I still like my 90s rap and R&B.
Hey, the 90s that's it. Good music, right? Nowadays, it's just a bunch of mumble rap, killing each other, blowing the world up. It's angry music out here these days. If you had 3 wishes, what would your 3 wishes be?
Get my kids back, finish school, and get my Cadillac.
Oh yeah, I can see you in the Cadillac, girl. You'll make that car look good. If your friends or your family see this video, what message would you like to send to them?
I'm trying.
Thanks. That's all you could do, love. Keep trying. Just don't never quit. That's all I can tell you, right? No matter what, just don't never quit. And there's a lot of people in this world who judge people who struggle with drug addiction. What's your message for the world?
You can't judge nobody, because you could be in the same predicament like any day.
Now that right there, I'd have to disagree with you, sweetheart, because I've been through some pretty tough things in my life as well. I mean, tough, with things I won't share. But I didn't turn to drugs. I know women who've lost countless children over and over again. They didn't turn to drugs. They just kept trying. So I hear when people say, "Oh, you could be in the same position." I'm like, nah, we're of a different mindset. Me, I'd have just thugged it out. I wouldn't have turned to drugs. And shout out Big Wave Dave. He hit us with I never touched heroin or crack. However, when I was in my party days, I had my fun. Never got addicted. I was mature enough to stop, man. That's all it be, is getting out of that party mode. But with her, with her, it's different, Dave, because the party drugs is cool, for a while. But when you get too old, it's like, all right, bro, what you doing? But when you hit that heroin, when you cross over to the hard drugs, I mean, that's it. It's over. That's damn near your lifestyle at a certain point. Party drugs, shoot, what you do on the weekends. Hard drugs, man, that's like what you damn near doing your whole life until something intervenes. And I'm gonna be real with you when she says, "Oh, you can be in the same position," guys. I mean, look, guys, how you react to things in life is all your fault. Take complete accountability of your life. because, like I said, she could have took complete accountability. And she could have been like, "Well, I don't got to do crack because my child died." Shoot, I know women who done lost 7 children in a row and didn't do crack. So,
Facts.
Doesn't take a lot at all.
like that.
Agree. And if people want to reach out to you, write you, do you have an email that can do that to?
Not at the moment.
All right. Well, they can leave.
Yeah, and it can't happen to anyone and everyone because some people are built better. I'm just gonna say it right that some people are just built better than that. Like what? There is no situation in life where I'm gonna go turn to a drug that's gonna make my life worse. Do y'all hear the logic? Or maybe some people just ain't logical enough to understand that. Well, hold on. My life is already shitty right now. I'm already feeling the worst. Why would I go do something that's gonna take my life even down a more the worst path? Like why? And think about it. She's not stopping. Dave is right. She's not stopping. She just said all this shit, all this trauma that these drugs have brought into her life, and she's still not stopping. And then all she can say is, "Oh, it could be you too." Woman, I don't know women who have lost 7 kids. All miscarriages ain't do no drugs. Nah, I ain't trying to hear that. I feel bad for her story. I do. But bro, what? Come on.
A comment under the video, and hopefully, you'll check it out.
It's like I feel the story, but y'all not gonna make me sit here and feel bad. Oh, well, this is why, because it could be you. And I'm like, no. I know a lot of women who went through worse than what she did and then ain't go down that path. So no. I'm not hearing that bullshit. Not tonight. And shout out Big Wave Dave. Yes, take accountability. When my first son was convicted, I was done. Exactly. It'd be like that. That's what I'm saying. It takes something to hit your heart and be like, damn, maybe if I was being a little bit more responsible, shit could have got covered on the back end. It'd be like that. If she'd have took more responsibility, maybe she could have chosen a more responsible man to be with so she can actually have the family that she wanted. Yeah, damn. 1 kid dies, you out here doing crack? God damn.
You have time. Any last thing you would like
and if you listen to the story, she lost the other 2. I believe. So she went on and had kids, but then she wasn't stable enough to keep them.
Add before we close, love, about addiction that you want, any misconception you would like to clear up about people who use drugs?
It's not that I lack compassion. It's just I know that she could have did better. Actually, here's the thing. Anything you're going through, you want to be all boo-hoo. There's people who've been through way worse than you in every way, shape, and form, and have still found a way to succeed in life. But y'all don't want to look up those stories because you want to sit there and have this victimhood mindset. All right, then.
We just have bad.
It's not about It's not about compassion at the end of the day, bro. It's like y'all want to look up to somebody to have an excuse for your victim mindset at that point.
Like decisions. We just made bad decisions. We're not bad people. Things just bring people to different, levels in life. Not everybody's the same, and you can't judge anybody.
What's your zodiac sign?
Yes, you can.
Show your sign some love. And
yes, you can, girl. Because when your ass get caught up by the police and set in front of that judge, you getting judged then. Yes, you can. I'm gonna tell you here right now. I feel bad for your story. I feel bad where you at right now, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be the first one to say it. Sweetheart, you could have took a different route. You did not have to go do drugs. No, you didn't. That's something that you chose to do because it was the easiest thing to do. That's all. And shout out Big Wave Dave and Mr. Doc. I'm gonna get y'all up here, man. Shoot, tell me if I'm tripping or not. Because apparently everybody in the chat thinks I'm just have no compassion.
Yo, Doc. Doc's still muted. Okay, so anyway, bro, you have compassion. Unfortunately, if these people don't have compassion for themselves and they continue, look, how many children did she say she lost? Like, come on, man. Like, it's got to come to a point where, like, oh, there's got to be something wrong with me at that point. You know what I mean?
Like, Dave, I was reading through the story. I'm like, all right, so the first kid died, went on crack. I'm like, hold on now. Like, Dave, how much women have you heard had a miscarriage but didn't go on crack?
None. But look, apparently, according to some in chat, that's anecdotal. So let's move on from that one. But at the end of the day, like, come on, like, get on with your fucking life. Okay. And then you lose another fucking child to drugs. Like,
remember, she said she had to get him back. That means they didn't die. She just lost them because she's just not fit to be a parent.
No. Look, I told you, my first wife, after she left, she had my kid for a while, kept him from me. I was paying her like $1,000 a month. And I kept trying to fight for him in court. And then finally find out that, first of all, she's keeping him in a basement in Philadelphia, southeast PA in Philadelphia. And he's in a basement where there's no egress. And back then, I told the judge, like, look, he's living in a basement. There's no egress. Like, it's against, like, everything. Judge didn't care. It was all about the women back then.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right, actually. The woman could do
So,
no wrong.
yeah, they could not. So I had agreed to pay the $1,000 a month, and eventually she decreased that because, whatever. But then she started fucking doing drugs with her new boyfriend in the apartment, leaving my kid and their kid alone, going out to get drugs, was doing crack and fucking heroin while the kids were in the fucking apartment that they lived in. So it took her going to fucking rehab before I finally got my kid. So yes, I have a little bit of a bias when it comes to fucking drug addicts.
I can understand that.
So look, I also grew up, right? Like I said earlier in chat, look, I had my party days, right? I went to raves, I did a bunch of stupid shit and had my fun. But at the end of the day, like when it came down to it, like as soon as my first kid was conceived, I was like, okay, I'm done. It's my time to be a fucking adult.
Well, I think that's what's missing in the low key in society right now is that, bro, we kind of let people scapegoat on the whole be an adult part. Or be accountable
look,
for yourself part.
adulting
Off on that.
adulting fucking sucks. Look, there's no lie about that. Adulting fucking sucks. If you need to be an adult, yes, it's a fucking hassle. Yes, it's a fucking problem. But don't turn to fucking drugs and fucking, numb yourself to it and be a fucking dumbass.
Man.
Like, there's no excuse for that. Look, I knew friends that were like straight edge back in high school, right? Where they didn't do anything. And then after they got out of high school, and look, I didn't even graduate high school. And I'm still making a shit ton of money. So, but these people that graduate high school that didn't do drugs in high school, then they started getting drugs after high school. Those are the ones that became the fucking addicts. I had friends that became heroin, meth addicts, whatever the case may be, like just went off the fucking rails. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing with your fucking life, bro?
It's crazy. I had an Indian friend that had kind of like the same startup, like straight A's, going to be a doctor, all that great stuff, going to college, and this man did every drug in the book. It's like, yo, out here a whole kleptomaniac just stealing for no reason. And we're like, what's going on?
Look, bro, like I've done crystal meth. I smoked out of a light bulb. I've done all kinds of crazy shit, but I was a raver too. So, I think I've said in the Discord, like, yo, if you could find me a vial of fucking ketamine, like I'd cook that shit and snort it right now. But look, I can't find it. So I don't go looking for it either. But yeah, if I could, I would, but I don't. So it is what it is. Yeah, right. So there's a time to leave the shit behind, but the problem is like people just they take their like mental issues and turn it into a victim issue.
They just pass it off.
So, like some people were saying in chat earlier, like, well, that person obviously had some childhood trauma. Like, okay, they had some childhood trauma. Like, go see a fucking therapist. Why the fuck do you need drugs?
Exactly. You're like, what? Like I said, I'm hearing so much stories. Like, I've heard her story before, but then I've also heard the opposite. That's when they say, "Oh, it could be you." I'm like, "Well, no, the hell it can't."
All right,
That's
so
not how I
Seth,
handle
let me
problems.
get back to my main point is why I know a lot about all of this and why I despise it. All right, so my oldest sister. Ugh. Okay, she's a half sister. My mother married my father with 2 kids. My father took those 2 kids in, which are my 2 older half sisters, and gave them a home. And everything was great. And then, the oldest turned into a fucking asshole, started dating dudes and started breaking shit around the house because he was a jealous fucking boyfriend. Shit happens, whatever. So my mother left when I was 7. And I'm sorry to give you guys this whole ordeal here, but it goes into the point of what I'm making. So my mother left when I was 7. My father agreed to keep the 2 daughters that weren't his when my mother left to go live with another man.
Man.
So the oldest daughter was the one that started having the issues where the people were like breaking shit around my dad's house and shit like that. And he ended up kicking both of them out because they were both doing stupid shit. Kept me and my brother, obviously. Even though my mother told me when I was 7, like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go get a stable place to live and come get you all," and she never did because she was selfish. But anyway, so kick the older 2 sisters out. So my oldest sister turned into a fucking crackhead. Was living in fucking motels.
Damn.
Sleeping with any black guy that she could get with to make money. No offense. Ended up turning into a crackhead, then a heroin addict, then went to federal prison for stealing from the mail. Like, she would go around during Christmas time and steal people's fucking checks.
Oh shit! Like, yeah, facts. Because whoa.
So she's a fucking moron. Did all the wrong shit, right?
Bruh. Yeah.
Then the next sister, the sister next down, she actually looks closest to me in comparison, even though from a different father. But she tried to do good with her life. She never became a drug addict. She slept with 3 different black dudes, made 4 different half black kids.
Woo. Hey man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Yeah, big wave day. It sounds like your family kind of. Well,
my family's a little fucked up. Not gonna lie, but anyway.
Yes.
However, look.
In Jungle Fever. In Jungle Fever.
No, that's you guys with her. She's a thick black or a thick white girl. So thick white girl.
Okay.
Anyway. Anyway, so no, at the end of the day, look, I love my nephews. They're all fucking the oldest one, he was fucking up for a while. He became a rapper. In fact, I think he was nominated for a fucking Grammy. The one Anthony that I showed you guys the video of.
Whoa, wait.
The Amazon Trapper.
Oh, the Amazon Trapper.
Yeah, he was nominated for an Emmy with his rap. He didn't win it, but he was nominated.
Oh, crazy.
Anyway, good kid. He turned out to be a great kid. He's got a girl, and their kid is adorable. He turned out good. Then you have the next youngest, which would be fuck. Now I'm forgetting his name because I'm on the spot here. His father was a fucking idiot. He was a tattoo artist. My sister liked him a lot. Tyler. Yeah, that's the name. He was a decent skateboarder. Honestly, I haven't heard from him in fucking forever. Damn. And then there's the 2 youngest that came from a drug dealer that lived in Camden, who used to every New Year's take his gun and just shoot it in the air in Camden. Just shoot it in the air. Just indiscriminately for New Year's, but I like him now too because he turned his life fucking around.
Oh, and Dave, hold on. Oh, and now to go ahead and get you into the next video real quick. Blair White, you brought her up.
Okay, play it. I'll go mute. Bring you back after.
Oh yeah, I got you because this is actually a pretty good video. Let's go. Shout out Blair White.
My daughter Edie came out to me. My daughter Edie came out to me as trans 5 years ago. And 2 years later, she socially transitioned to a girl.
My daughter inspired.
Huh? Oh hell no, bro. What?
My daughter Edie came out to me as trans
Your daughter?
5 years ago. And 2 years later, she socially transitioned to a girl.
My daughter inspired my own transition.
Oh my God.
And to have a transgender child has made me so much more interesting.
The reaction when people hear that we have 2 trans kids is pretty shock and awe.
The odds that you have 2 transgender children, 0.002%. But the chances of you being a narcissistic pig, 100.
And
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Welcome back to my little winter wonderland in my house.
I'm sorry.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Mute that.
Gotcha.
Or pause it. Yeah. And I want to say she. Look, I'm going to say she just for fucking Blair because Blair is based as fuck. Like, Blair knows that, you know, they have mental issues and has stated it before in a video. Like, look, my life was fucked up. I did some fucked up shit. I mentally fucked up, but I'm aware of it.
Damn. I mean, that is real. So she's trans.
Oh, that's a dude.
Yeah, I figured. The breast separation.
Yeah, Blair's a dude, and look, fuck it. He says that he knows his head is fucked up. Like, he's aware. He's like, look, and he does not want to wish this on any fucking children. But the fact that he knows that he's fucked up and he's gone through this transition and it's done, like, it is what it is at this point. I have another video to share for you. It's something with Alex Zedra, one of the 2A people that I follow, has Blair in it, but I'll share that with you later.
All right, so we can get right back into this then.
All right.
First of all, wait, Trump won. Merry Christmas. We're saying Merry Christmas again, bitches.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas? Merry Christmas, everybody.
I think that's like my favorite Kamala moment. I am someone who has talked a lot about transgender children on this channel. It's probably the thing I'm the most hated and known for within the trans community. My opposition to the entire concept, really. I mean, to me, put that on the list of other fictitious and mythological creatures because it's just not a thing. What is a thing, though, is parents, right, making decisions for children. And I'm not going to go over, all the reasons why transitioning children is not only nonsensical, to say the least, but also demented, demonic, evil, right? What I'm actually going to do today is focus on the parents.
This is Ari, Gwendolyn, and Brinifer. They are in a polyamorous relationship.
We have a 2-year-old antigender baby and a 10-year-old who is non-binary.
I think sometimes we get caught up in focusing a bit much on the child and the spectacle of the transgender child and not focusing enough on the parents. And I think that when you actually start to analyze the behavior of these mothers in particular, there's a lot to be understood about this issue. Transhousing by proxy. Now, this is a term you may have seen floating.
Crazy.
Yo, like the fucking trans woman who was actually a man that was trying to breastfeed a adopted child. You remember that one?
Yeah, I did see that. A whole man tried to breastfeed the kid, bro, and everybody was looking at that man crazy. Or the
Like,
guy
this is the shit. Like, don't push that on the fucking children. You have your mental issue. Do not push it on the fucking children. That's what I'm saying. All right, go ahead, move on.
Putting around social media. It's what people are using more and more to describe this phenomena of what seems to be the super demented offshoot of what we all know and recognize as Munchausen by proxy. Think of Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Think of, the children who unfortunately go through their mothers forcing illness upon them for their own, well, because they're sick, right? Because the mothers themselves are sick. So think of this as that. but with a side of sex change.
He just now, a month ago, started hormone blockers. It's an implant. It is to prevent his puberty. It will prevent a menstruation cycle and breast development.
Do people ever? God damn! Like you want your kid to be as fat and as insecure as you are. Wow.
Yo, I'm sorry. Was that supposed to stop breast development? Because rewind that a little bit.
It's an implant. It is to prevent his puberty. It will prevent
Right there.
menstruation.
Nope, did not stop it.
Yep. Nope. Did not stop it at all. Poor kid. Poor kid. I mean, poor kid.
Cycle and breast development.
Do people ever wonder if you're too young to know if you're trans?
Yeah, and like, are they too young to know that they're cis?
I mean, it's demented. Focusing on the trans kids themselves, it addresses the problem, right? But it doesn't really address the root of the.
This is what kills me. This whole cis BS that they come up with. I'm like, when you're a cisgender male, I'm like, bro, that sounds so gay. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, what, cis? Bro, just call me straight. Just call me straight. So usually, oh, you're cis.
You're just a fucking male.
Like, bro.
That's all you are. Is a male. You're either a gay male or a male. Those are the two. Do we want to start adding more? Oh, now you're cisgender. Oh, okay. So now you're cis male.
It just sounds bad. That's it. It just sounds bad.
They're just adding shit on to make themselves feel better. That's all it is at the end of the day.
But I ain't gonna lie, like it's a crazy way how they found a way to make a straight man sound gay, a cisgender male. Like, come on.
Problem. Because if there's something wrong with the apple, you do in fact have to look at the tree. The best thing we can do is just let them speak.
I think the greatest gift of my life is to have kids, and to have a transgender child has made me so much more interesting, so much more wise.
Well, there it is.
It's the fucking
There it is, folks.
narcissism.
Say that again, Dave.
It's the fucking narcissism.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing though, like, because doesn't that mean like, okay, I get the narcissism part of some of these of the older ones. Yeah, I get the narcissism part of the older ones, but the fact that they're feeding it to their kids is crazy.
That's the problem. They're not raising their kid. They're raising their kids to be like them.
Yeah.
Or they're raising their kids to, and not be an actual parental figure and just try to be their friends.
Yep, there it is too. It's like, yeah, because like when one of them said, "Oh, my kid like inspired me to be trans," I'm like, bro, your kid shouldn't inspire you to do nothing but be better, be your best self.
Yeah,
like, that's what your kid should inspire you to do.
For instance, so my kid, right? I gave him a thing of fruit snacks, right?
Yeah,
and he dropped it on me, and I was like, "No, this is not where this goes." And he was like, "No." And I said, "No, Caleb, this goes in the trash." No. Look, obviously he's 3, so he ran off a little bit. And then when he came back and sat next to me, I was like, "Hey, Caleb," I handed this to him. I was like, "This goes in the trash." He got up and put it in the fucking trash. It's your job as a fucking parent to be a fucking parent. Look, you can indulge your kids for a bit, but don't indulge fucking like mental instability.
Yeah, for real, or disobedience, because then you have to deal with that when they go to school.
Oh yeah, dude, I smacked his ass the other night, and he was not happy about it.
Man, shout out parenting, shout out real life parenting, man. All right, let's keep it going.
It is, in fact, first of all, people aren't ready for this truth a lot of the times, but I say it anyways. It's also a white thing. It's a middle to upper class white thing. We don't talk about race a ton on this channel. Perhaps we should, but for me, a lot of this trans child phenomenon, the non-binary phenomenon, the everlasting, never ending rainbow acronym, right, is in large part because white.
Yeah, she's not fucking wrong. Wait, how many black trans kids you see?
I'm be real with you. we're kind of growing. They're growing in numbers. Gee, they're growing in numbers. But
They're
it did
growing
start off
numbers
as a
now,
white people
but
thing,
at the
though.
beginning,
You're
what
right.
was
This
it?
just started off. I swear to bro, when I used to say this joke, or I ain't like, it's the reality of that. Our women and our guys, they kind of follow the white liberal women and the white liberal male. And they don't, and sometimes we don't see that, but I'm like, yo, you think this transgender stuff came out of us? No, it came in from them, and we just picked it up out of nowhere.
They said,
Yeah,
fucking white people.
fucking white people. I know, right? Like, man, sometimes y'all can just be so crazy.
Fucking idiots. All right, go ahead. I'm
All
sorry.
right, Dave. All right, but let's try to play the let's go try to play the video straight through for a little bit. Let's go.
White people have been so neutered spiritually by the media. You know, they're not allowed to have an identity that is based around their race, like every other race, right? So they're looking for other things. They're looking to be, you know, not the oppressive white woman that the media and that their politicians tell them they are. They're looking for an out. They're looking for a scapegoat. They're looking to say, no, I'm not actually a Karen. I'm not actually the racist white woman that the media says I am. I have a transgender child. And it's made me so interesting. Narcissism. It's written all over her. This is about her. Where even is the child? And think about even further than just like on a personal level. I'm sure she's so much more interesting to all her, you know, affluent white liberal friends, right? She also gets to be on a podium and gets to be this celebrated political activist and gets to go and speak to crowds who are, you know, laughing about her saying it makes her interesting. This ain't about you, Deborah. And the reason we're reacting to these parents is because this, to me, if you don't understand the psychology of the parents who were engaging in this transgender child thing, then you really don't understand the issue. You really don't understand where it's coming from, and you don't understand how to curb it. Because there's going to be, you know, confused children till the end of time. But the difference between them having irreversible surgeries, irreversible things done to them, is a parent who has their head screwed on right. And this woman clearly doesn't. And the common denominator is it's all about them. Obviously, one of the biggest problems with this topic is just how much misinformation is out there about trans kids. And in today's media landscape, it's harder than ever to find the truth. Stories are framed with clear and obvious bias. Key perspectives are often sidelined, and echo chambers keep us divided. That's where Ground News comes in, an amazing tool that I personally use on a daily basis. I've been using it for months, and it's really helped my life.
And all right, we're going to go ahead and actually go into the next segment because, well, shocking, because they kind of made a change to Trump's inauguration. It's going to be one of, I guess, I mean, hey, was there an inauguration that I've heard? Had there been an inauguration in our lifetime that was held inside? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Last two president inaugurations I've seen, man, that shit was outside. But Trump's going to be held inside for, well, I mean, obvious reasons, right?
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald J. Trump, do solemnly swear.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Everyone was waiting for this to happen again. This is President Trump walking out to a absolute sea of people. Everyone and everybody who was there was there. Look at this, 2016. And President Trump has only gotten more popular. Look at as far back as the eye can see. See people there in the stands.
Yo, set.
Takes the stage and
I'm sorry. I like Benny. He's funny. But Benny is fucking clickbait. Every fucking time.
You know, I'll give it to you when it comes to his slander on the Democratic Party. It do be clickbait as hell.
No, just his posts in general. The way that he titles them, it's fucking clickbait. Every fucking time. You're like, oh, I'm gonna see some shit, and then oh no, you don't see any shit.
When he does say massive change to the inauguration, I'm like, you're going from outside to inside. No, I'm not sure you can really call it massive, but it's huge. It's a change. It's something different.
No, I get that. It was a conversation on local radio media today that I was listening to. They're like, well, it was because of security, it was because of the cold, blah, blah. And look, it's definitely security at that point. Just because his life was trying to be taken. But at the end of the day, like, people are like getting on it and having like their comments on, like, who gives a shit? This is the second inauguration at this point. Like, who cares?
Here's the thing: Trump is white. He don't care about the white people. Don't care about the code.
Oh, bro,
Well,
I care about the fucking cold.
I
I'm
remember,
not
bro.
Steph. Fuck you, bro.
All right, man. Let's keep it going.
Is welcomed. You got the Obamas there. You got the Clintons. Everyone's clapping, and you can see people all the way down the mall, way off into the distance, to the base of the Washington Monument. Ladies and gentlemen, this entire shot would have been filled to the brim. Hundreds of thousands of MAGA faithful and America First traveling to Washington, D.C. right now, and I know many of them. We ourselves have tickets to the inauguration, and good ones at that, but sadly, it won't be happening. Not the inauguration. The inauguration will happen. Donald Trump will be sworn in as president, of course, obviously. But this moment will no longer be happening. And there are some dark forces about. We want to talk about them today, in all honesty. Some very smart people are telling us that it's not just the weather, but let's start with that. Trump's inauguration moved indoors due to weather. Trump is expected to be sworn inside of the Capitol Rotunda. This is what it looks like outside of the Capitol building right now. You obviously see people in cold weather gear. And it is very cold in D.C. It is expected to be around 10 degrees when Donald Trump is sworn in. But the decision has been made by President Trump to move the inauguration indoors on Monday due to freezing weather. Trump said he'll be sworn in and deliver the inauguration address.
I did make the wild ass point. I'm like, oh no, Trump's white. Well, why do they care about the code?
I'm so weak.
But then again,
10 is goddamn cold though. As an Ohioan, listen,
that's cold.
We know cold out here.
But I think the real reason why also is assassination attempt.
Yeah, you can't play it too safe, honestly. At this point.
But you know what I also say though, can they, if they really want to get Trump out the way, just blow up the building?
God damn.
I think Alex Jones was talking about that was definitely a possibility that they could honestly blow up the building. They're gonna try to blow him up in a building or something like that. I remember Alex Jones was talking about it. I'm just like, wow, right when this man says this, now they're moving the inauguration indoors.
Well, you can imagine due to the 2 assassination attempts they had on them, people like Alex Jones saying shit like that, security is gonna be tier 1.
Yeah, and there's only so much you can do anyway.
True.
It's like, man.
Like if they're gonna do that, then goddamn.
I mean, like, bro, they're gonna shoot him outside. They're gonna blow up the building inside. Like, what can we do?
Shit.
Just inside of the Capitol Rotunda, various dignitaries and guests will be brought into the Capitol. Trump wrote on Truth Social, "It will be a very beautiful experience for all, especially large TV audience." Here's the post with Donald Trump posting the cold weather chills, noting that in Washington D.C. you're going to be seeing sub-zero temperatures, which is very rare for Washington D.C. And a city that can barely keep it together as it is,
here we go.
Will not be able to manage hundreds of thousands of people.
Oh, here we go. Here we go, guys.
Man.
Musical interlude sent in Discord, man. Shout out Big Wave Dave. All right, we're going to go ahead and get into this video a little bit after we go ahead and get the core details. And then we'll go ahead and play Dave's video. And then after that, we're going to get into a segment of Lefties Losing It. Man.
Shout out Big Wave Dave. Sounds like a fire little lineup coming up, guys. Like the video if you haven't already. Let's keep it going.
Falling over or having emergencies because they've
my God, Dave,
gotten frozen. I mean, I get that. I see that. But there's something else going on here. I'm telling you, I'm convinced of it.
Yo.
Here we go. January 20th can't come fast enough. And even though that initially opposed victory of President Donald Trump and Trump administration, I just want it to happen. It's my obligation to protect the people of our country. But before we even begin, we have to think about the inauguration itself. The weather forecast for Washington, D.C. is with a wind chill factor. It could take temperatures in the severe lows. There are Arctic blasts sweeping the country, and I don't want to see people hurt, injured, or in any way dangerous conditions. Tens of thousands of law enforcement, first responders, canines, horses, and hundreds of thousands of supporters will be outside. In any event, if you decide to come, dress warmly. I have ordered the inauguration address, in addition to prayers and speeches, be delivered in the United States Capitol Rotunda and was used by Ronald Reagan in 1985. Also because of very cold weather. The various dignitaries and guests will be brought into the Capitol building and will be a very beautiful experience for all and a TV audience. We will open Capital One Arena. This is the sports arena in Washington, D.C. Monday for live viewing of this historic event and to host the presidential parade. I will join the crowd at Capital One after my swearing in. So they're going to host the presidential parade inside of Capital One Arena. Okay. All other events will remain the same, including the victory rally and 3 other inaugural balls on Monday evening. Be safe, make America great again. Okay. Everybody's saying something's wrong here. And not that it's not going to be cold. It is going to be cold. Here's the weather in Washington, D.C. It is expected around inauguration time right here to be in like, well, definitely below freezing, right? In the 20s. Some are saying it could dip down to like 10 degrees. So it is expected to be cold. But it's individuals like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Dan Bongino who are saying, no, there's something else afoot here. And they're glad that Trump is doing this, by the way. I've personally attended countless rallies where President Trump spoke in extreme weather conditions, from cold to rain to heat. Is there a security threat other than extreme cold temperatures? Not only for him, but for the people. Dan Bongino. Great decision to move the swearing-in ceremonies.
That's goddamn Tim Pool. If you send over even a 99-cent super chat here at S.E.T Media, you getting a shout out.
Okay, we appreciate all supporters.
Yes, sir.
Indoors creates a lot of difficulties for bad actors. Doesn't solve all of the challenges, but will knock down some of the worst deficiencies. Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service agent, of course, who has been going on and on about the threats to an outdoor inauguration for Donald Trump. And what has he been talking about? Well, he's been talking about the malign actors, some of which have tried to assassinate Donald Trump just this last week. This last week, 2 people were apprehended at the U.S. Capitol while Donald Trump was there. One of them had a machete and 3 other knives on his person, and another had a car that he was trying to light on fire. He's trying to explode his own car. He's trying to blow up his own gas tank while the motorcade drives by. Dan Bongino has been talking specifically about drones, the largest drone maker in the world.
And that is wild because remember the guy who blew himself in front of Trump Towers, he did write an email saying that they were planning a drone strike on Trump. And now Trump is going to be inside a building. And if a drone strike happened in that building, I mean,
was he right?
I hope he's not. And I hope he's not. And shout out Big Wave Dave. Leo's angry because I'm always right.
Damn it.
Yep, here we go.
Leo and Dave, mortal enemies. Mortal friends and enemies at this point.
Man, y'all love it.
A company called DJI, I
swear,
Chinese company, just stopped all geofencing around government buildings. There were drones flying over the White House the other day, drones flying all over New Jersey. Drones could fly right into the U.S. Capitol. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Bongino is saying, this is terrifying, and I'm worried about a suicide drone attack that could kill a lot of people at Trump's inauguration.
I've been warning you about the threat to the inauguration through drones. I've got a lot of sources that have been feeding me information. I am absolutely unconvinced that the Secret Service has a bulletproof, pun absolutely intended, plan for a swarm drone attack in or around the inauguration. I'm not telling you they don't. I'm not telling you they do. I'm just telling you what sources are telling me that they're not confident. Is it safe or?
And this is Dan Bongino's former Secret Service, general member,
bro. If they
agent,
let's be real, dog. I'll be mad they actually got it off. Cause I'm like, bro, we seen it coming. Us here at S.E.T Media told you it's coming. What do you mean the CIA couldn't intercept this? What do you mean the FBI couldn't intercept this? The FBI couldn't intercept this.
Okay, former Secret Service counter sniper, so he knows about the intel. I mean, I would say his intel is pretty spot on. I mean, he's still probably in certain circles. So he knows what he's talking about here.
It's how big way there. I have no hatred for floppy-headed Canadians.
I'm so weak.
Oh Lord.
Or not safe? That's a question on the margin. Okay. I'm not sure. I'm just telling you I'm concerned. I really wish people would have reached out. The Biden administration, of course, can't stand me. They have zero interest in anyone with any expertise in this taking an unbiased look at it because they just don't care. But here we go. Zero Hedge. Chinese drone firm DJI eliminates the automatic no-fly zones 1 week before Trump's inauguration. Oh my gosh, what a coincidence. The judges ruled that is an amazing coincidence. What does that mean? Folks, for those of you who operate drones in these FAA restricted areas, there were certain built-in automated features which made it extremely difficult for you to fly that drone into an area the FAA says don't fly there, i.e. like over the inauguration.
On week, so what? all drones made in America have a pre-program to not go into certain airspaces? Oh, all right. Convenient.
Well, this Chinese firm, can you throw that up again? DJI, which makes a extraordinary number of parts and drones themselves, just conveniently was like, we're going to dump the automatic feature. Now it's just going to be like a warning, and the drone operator will get like a warning, like, don't fly there. And as you know, right, Justin?
So Dan Bongino has been, again, this is just one clip of dozens of clips where Dan Bongino's like, drone attack U.S. Capitol, drone attack U.S. Capitol, drone attack on Donald Trump while he's being inaugurated. We don't have the technology to stop hundreds, thousands of drones flying directly at the U.S. Capitol. We just don't have it. And so if malign actors wanted to do that, then that would be an easy way to potentially harm lots of people, kill lots of people, kill Donald Trump. You know, Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, declined Donald Trump's offer to attend the inauguration, saying, and I quote, "It's too risky."
Damn.
So is this why Donald Trump moved the inauguration indoors? Obviously,
Yeah.
I'm not calling him a liar. Certainly, when you have large crowds,
A lot easier to secure a venue or an event indoors inside four walls than, I don't know, infinite space of outside.
Yeah, a bit wild.
Like, especially when you consider how they got to him during the first assassination attempt on the water tower, 2 buildings away, on a slope on a hill.
I mean, somebody hiding in the bushes.
All type of vantage points outside. Inside, we can check these corners, make sure all the doors are checked. A lot easier to secure the
Yeah,
perimeter.
it's not like somebody going Abraham Lincoln, just walk up from the back.
Yep.
Pause. Okay.
crowds in Washington,
No
D.C.,
diddy.
and there's
No
extreme
diddy.
weather. I've been at so many Trump events where somebody faints.
Yeah,
Trump,
maybe.
you have to pause the event. The individual faints. Multiple people faint because it's hot outside. It's raining. Donald Trump finished a speech in hurricane-style winds and rains. There's something else going on here, man. Check out this report from CBS today. Ahead of President Trump's inauguration, Department of Energy helicopters are conducting scans over Washington, D.C. for nuclear irregularities.
Exclusive look at how security officials are prepared after months of planning.
So, crane to your left. Got it.
From only 150 feet in the air, pilots dodge buildings,
And tower on your left side. Got it.
flying in a grid over the National Mall to scan for radiological or nuclear irregularities, threats like dirty bombs.
So you're trying to create a blueprint of what the radiation in Washington, D.C. looks like ahead of the inauguration. Correct.
Department of Energy scientist Jacqueline Brandon calls this low-flying helicopter one of just 2 of its kind, her office.
If we find a radiological irregularity, we'll investigate it even further.
Highly sensitive technology sets off alarms in the air.
That's an alarm. That is an alarm.
So,
Well,
it looks like they're scared.
Yeah. Look like they're scared
I mean,
because,
shit.
bro, wait, this is kind of scary. What's really even more scary? What if the government, they know the drones are made possibly alien technology or foreign technology, and they know
propulsion.
Yeah, and there's nothing they can do about it. So they're just sitting here like, bro, we're scared because drones popping up with gravitic propulsion, and we don't know what they are. We don't know if they're gonna attract Trump or not. The best thing we can do is just fly around and scan.
I mean, think about it. Gravitic propulsion is such a newfound topic. You got some people saying it's complete hogwash, conspiracy.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, they say that in a water engine too. I mean, hey, look, man, look up the Invention Secrecy Act. You'll find out a lot of stuff.
God damn it.
It looks like they're worried about these security threats, and they damn well should be. Trump has 4 known assassination attempts against him up until the ones last week, where guys were trying to blow up their cars. Thank God they didn't get to blow up their vehicles, carrying in knives in the same building that Donald Trump was in. Ladies and gentlemen, thousands of people traveling to Washington, D.C. They'll have to watch it in Capital One Arena. Apparently, Donald Trump says he's going to be there. So Trump is, just like Ronald Reagan, he had the biggest inauguration ever for the first time, and now we'll have the smallest one by being indoors. He also had assassination attempts against him. Ronald Reagan, of course, was shot. Trump's inauguration Monday is expected to now be moved indoors due to dangerously low temperatures. Expect Democrats to use this as a reason to promote the climate change hoax. Trump's inauguration is being moved indoors due to cold weather. At this point, just move to Mar-a-Lago. I'd be down for that.
I mean, for real.
100% down. Trump's inauguration moved indoors. Trump to be sworn in inside of the Capitol Rotunda. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump will be
Dangerously
using
cold
the
weather.
Lincoln Bible, and a Bible that his mother gave him 5 decades ago. Ladies and gentlemen. Live look at Trump's bigger and better inauguration, from a garbage truck parade to the YMCA. So I guess the garbage truck parade and all that will now be.
All right, man, let's go ahead and cut into our musical interlude. Shout out to Big Wave Dave. And after that, we'll go ahead and start off with Lefties Losing It. Man, shout out. Whoops. Did not expect that to happen. There we go. Can I buy a poll for Dave? New scope or graphics card for PC for a PC? Different. I'll tell you that.
That was something. But shout out Big Wave Dave for the song suggestion. Let's go ahead and continue on the stream. Lefties Losing It, man. We love this segment. Y'all love it. Let's kick it off.
Losing it. Do you ever? Now it's time for Lefties Losing It. Do you ever feel like you are multiple genders every day, all the time? Well, that's totally fine. It's totally valid.
I am trigender, which means like a triangle, I have 3 genders. Male, female, and non-binary. And the difference between trigender and gender fluid is that I feel all 3 of these genders at the same time, all the time. It doesn't ever shift or change, or where I feel one gender more strongly than the other, like gender fluid tends to be. Also, I should...
Maybe I'm missing something, but I do have to ask you this, Dave. Shout out Big Wave Dave, though. $2, $1,300 scope for a $400 rifle. It is. Isn't that like putting like nice ass Forgiato rims on a beater?
You know, I mean, if it improves the quality of your shot, you know. Damn, Big Wave Dave, what are you planning on doing?
Maybe I just.
What do you need a $1,400 scope for?
I'm naive, so please don't crucify me for asking that. But
nah.
Right. The inauguration coming up, Dave. Why do you need such an expensive scope?
No.
Should recognize and accept that a lot of people don't see non-binary as a third gender. They see it as something completely separate from the binary of male and female. But for me, it's like a third gender, or I guess you could call it a third identity.
Yes, you keep telling yourself that. Now to the woke DEI madness engulfing the LA Fire Department. And here is the most critical, up-to-date, breaking news we've all been waiting for.
My name is Captain Jennifer Wilcox. My pronouns are she, her. I am a Caucasian female wearing a black shirt uniform with eyewear and a black hat.
Well, good to know we've established that. I can really rest assured now that I know what your pronouns are and what you are wearing in the middle of a fire. Thank you so much for that. I mean, seriously, I don't care.
Way to overly identify. I mean,
there was no reason to do anything.
I'm in a black.
She wasted all of our time by like over-identifying.
Care if you're they, them, cat, stars. I think anyone sane would only care about whether you could actually do a good job in the event of a fire. It's a simple concept, really. Now to the pin-up boy for stupidity, Gavin Newsom, a man who is nothing but his hair. So thank goodness his weird shoulder gesticulations have been turned into an AI meme.
I'm weak. Hey. I ain't gonna lie. Jig. That motherfucker jigging.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's got quite a ring to it, doesn't it? But I suspect, though, that this might top it. Here is the meme featuring the woke characters of the bushfire crisis.
All the homes are gone. Because of climate change. When the fires are out, I'll build a brand new LA.
You stupid.
Here's 700 bucks. Land grab is underway.
Yo.
California's burning. And the fire department's gay.
Perfect.
Looters in the streets. Illegals on the way. Well, I went to...
I mean,
Oh,
What
yeah.
happened to your shaft?
There's powerful niggardry at work here.
Fight the fire. To fight the fire. But there's no water today.
Spotify, please make that a song. That's the best thing I've seen on the internet this year. Now, it wouldn't quite be a lefties losing it without the chief loon herself. Of course, it is, drumroll, MSNBC's Joy Reid. Boy, does she outdo herself every time. Because now she's claiming the Republicans have politicized the California fires and have ulterior motives for the rest of the country.
They can drill and frack California till the fires this past week pale in comparison.
Wow.
They can rip out all the forests and hand over the land to develop.
I mean, we were going to do that regardless, to be honest with you, regardless of the wildfire. So it's kind of crazy how look how she's trying to pin the wildfire on Republicans. I told you they were going to do it, G. I told you they were going to try to find a way to put this on us and make it seem like, oh, well, yeah, they did this. Now they're going to try to take the land. Look how all this just works out for us. Look how all this just works out for the conservatives. I'm like, no, it don't work out for nobody. We're just highlighting it.
Like, oh, and shout out Big Wave Dave, $2. He said, okay, video sent as to why. Oh, okay, I'll check it out. Specifically for me.
They can drill and frack California till the fires this past week pale in comparison. They can rip out all the forests and hand over the land to developers, Florida style. They can drive out the brown people and the black and Asian people, or just sink them into the same apartheid they've created in Texas. And they will control enough electoral votes if they control California to never have to worry about another presidential election.
Ah, poor Joy. She's really lost it,
Okay,
hasn't she?
that
And the tolerant
I'm not gonna
left,
lie.
they're also harmonious and peaceful. Negotiators have reached a deal to end the conflict between Israel and Hamas. The ceasefire is set to be staged over 6 weeks and will see Israeli forces pull out of the Gaza Strip and hostages freed back to their families in return for Palestinian prisoners. Now, this is a significant development in the conflict, but also comes just days before Donald Trump's inauguration.
And shout out Dave, another 5. He said, for the reason of the scope, not what this idiot says. And nah, Dave, I just looked at that video. That shit looks like some Call of Duty shit. Not gonna lie, that shit's pretty hard.
A reminder, here is the warning Trump gave
If you're in the Discord, check out that scope Dave just linked, bro. That shit's pretty hard.
Hamas.
If those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. And it will not be good for Hamas. And it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell.
And I really want to highlight this because we covered this on stream yesterday. It was comments like this that Trump made. It was the impeding news of, just him winning, him being inaugurated. He made comments before kind of hinting that he would start to maybe cut off some of the aid and help to Israel, maybe not sanction them as much as when it comes to how they're treating Palestine and Hamas. There'd be a cutoff point he hinted at. And I really want to make the point that is what made Hamas and Israel really kind of come to the table as far as a ceasefire. It wasn't Biden. He was in there for 4 years. This whole problem persisted and went on while Biden was in office. So it was Trump, the news of him getting inaugurated, and his comments that he made that actually got these two parties to sit down.
Biden did try to take credit, though. He did turn around and be like,
hilariously.
Yeah, he's like,
what do you think?
Like, they said, so do we give Trump the credit? He like turned around like, what do you think? I'm like,
hilariously.
Bro.
I'm like, bro, come on.
So yes or no?
You stupid. Shout out Big Wave Dave, though. Another 5. He says, Joy had Trump hair. She is now bald because of Trump. Thank God she looks more dumb.
I mean, for real, though.
I'm weak.
Joy Reid.
And it will not be good for Hamas. And it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell.
Tim.
And Donald Trump has since posted to social media saying we have a deal for the hostages in the Middle East. Now, despite the progress, Joe Biden is taking all the credit.
Thank you. What's credit for this, Mr. President? You or Trump?
Is that a joke?
Is that a joke?
Thank you.
I misquoted him. It was actually even funnier than that. He said, is that a joke? That man feeling bold. That man feeling bold.
Was that a joke?
I'm like, you know that was me.
Oh, you know that was Trump. You haven't said nothing about it. All of a sudden, Trump says something about it, and everybody's going like, oh yeah, ceasefire. It's like,
well, Biden is the current leader. He's the current administration. Of course Biden had a hand in it. I'm like, bro, if that was the case, it would have been done.
I mean, some of these liberals are so crazy that they think that, oh, well, it's day one. Did Trump bring down grocery prices? I'm like, bro, Biden's still president until the 21st, right?
And what type of man do you think? How uncanny would it be that he sat as president for 4 years? He sat as president for the past year and a half since October 7th, when this situation has been going on. And 3 days before he leaves, he gets it done. Come on now. It was Trump. Use your brain.
Joining me now is journalist and
He waited
filmmaker
until he was
Army
about to
Horowitz.
leave.
Army,
Like,
good to
what?
see you. Thanks for joining me. This is a massive step forward, the first real promising step since October 7. How important is this moment, and do you think it is indeed a good deal?
Yeah, no, Mr. President, that wasn't a joke. You're a joke. If you think for a second you're going to take credit for what happened here, you're insane.
Yeah.
Look, there's a concept in American sports. I assume in Australian sports also, but I don't know what kind of sports you guys play. What is that, like Australian rules baseball or something? There's a thing called trash talking, right? The idea that you will use words to get into the head of your opponent, and that when you use those words, it affects their behavior and you changes their behavior because they're scared, particularly if you can back it up, right? You're gonna push them to your will because the words that you use. This is classic trash talking, right? When the president says all hell is gonna break loose, his opponents say, what does he mean? What is he talking about? And they had 4 years of his presidency and they know that he can back it up. So this is what we're talking about. Also, in January 26, 1900, Teddy Roosevelt wrote a letter to Henry L. Sprague, a congressman from Boston.
And shout out Big Wave Dave said Biden lies about everything on his way out, and the Dems will carry that. I mean, yeah, like look how far they're willing to go about his mental health, man. And Big Wave Dave coming in again, best economy ever, as he says, lies, lies, and more lies, and man, I mean, lies, lies, and more lies, and them telling you not to believe your eyes. Ain't that crazy?
He said, are you kidding?
And in that letter, he used the immortal words,
the
speak
cockiest thing he
softly
said.
and carry a big stick, right? I don't know if you guys Australians know that.
The cockiest thing he said was, I could have beat Trump.
Bro,
that was the cockiest thing this man said. I'm like, all right, bro, we're Biden on right now, but y'all got this man feeling good.
Bro, they done added an extra drug in that cocktail of his.
Boy, they done added an extra drip of morphine in that mug. Boy, feeling himself.
On the way out is crazy.
All Americans know that.
All this 4 years ago.
Now, Trump has turned that on his head. He speaks loudly and carries a big stick. This is what you're seeing. You're seeing today the Trump effect. Right? Everybody's saying it over and over again. It is absolutely 100% demonstrably true. And not just with the hostages, right? We had over a year of an ineffective president who could not get the hostages released. And now he gets elected and all of a sudden they're released. There's no connection. You've got to be a crazy person not to think that. But what you see now is a Trump effect across the board, right? So you see, for example, when it comes to Denmark, I think it's a great example. I think people are talking about how crazy he is. Oh my God, we're going to try to acquire Greenland. Well, guess what? Because of his...
And make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation. So go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support, guys.
Verbosity. What does Denmark agree to do? Now they're saying, hey, you know what? We're actually going to increase our funding and our attention on Greenland so we can counter effect the Chinese and the Russians. Exactly what Trump meant to happen through his trolling. Now, your question about whether or not this is a good deal or not is, look, this is very difficult to assess. First of all, we're in early days. Second of all, look, we're here, they're in there, right? The prime minister, the Israelis, they're involved at day to day. It's their hostages. It's difficult for us to opine on whether or not it's a good deal. I would just say this, look, you have to understand the downsides before you go in. I think...
I hope they make this deal public. I really do. Originally, I wanted to make it public because I want to see if Hamas is out of line. They'd be like, "Oh no, we want more." I'm be like, "Bro, what? Are y'all insane? That can't fight for more." And then if Israel's like, "Nah, we don't want this peace," and fuck all that. I'm like, "Okay, well, just admit that you're trying to eradicate the Palestinian people already."
Well, to that point, I think this is why it's the perfect time for a ceasefire. Hamas is all but depleted, and Israel has kind of had the spotlight pointed on them and IDF and how they went about it, almost to the point where the approval rating for what they're doing, even amongst Israelis, is lowering.
Exactly.
So it's the perfect time for a ceasefire. Both sides are kind of looking for one.
Thank
the
God.
way to
Thank
assess
God.
the downside is looking at the Gilad Shalit.
It took, what, 18 months?
Gilad Shalit was an Israeli soldier who was held for a few years. And they essentially released dozens, actually hundreds of Palestinian terrorists, people with blood on their hands, similar to what this deal we're having now.
15.
And 2 years after that deal was made,
About 15.
Israeli security forces had stopped over 40 attempted terrorist attacks by those particular people. Over a dozen people were actually murdered in 2 years later, directly by the people who were released. And like people have been saying, one of the people who were released, by the way, then was Yahya Sinwar, who of course was the mastermind behind October 7th. So as you have to understand, there is a downside. I have no question the Israelis understand that. But look, at this point in time, obviously, I don't want to blunt the celebration of Israelis. It's a wonderful thing. There are American hostages who are coming back. We have to celebrate that. But to think that this was a victory solely or at all by President Biden, it just doesn't make any sense.
No, and just to pick you up on that, I mean, you mentioned the Trump effect. There's no doubt that Trump's had a huge influence. He has been warning Hamas for weeks, and yet the White House is still refusing to acknowledge Trump. Have a look at this.
The State Department briefed our colleagues that President Trump was critical in getting this deal over the line. Do you not agree with that statement?
I mean, look, I'm not going to speak to
of course.
a random person. I don't know who this person is. I'm not going to. Oh,
Oh, she named him. Hey, no, right. That was fire.
Colleague, like
Matt Miller? You don't know? You work side by side with him.
They're like, come on, don't do Matt Miller like that. What?
Like, we done seen y'all work side by side together. You telling me you don't know him? You telling me you don't know what he said?
Bro,
like,
that's like me pulling up on stream for a week and they say ask where Key is. Like, bro, who Key?
Who the hell is Key?
Man, what
like,
you talking about?
Setting Key? Like, no, who the hell are you talking about?
What you mean? I just put Key there for no reason.
Press secretary ever again. I mean, she's just absolutely deluded. But the reality is what has Biden been doing for the last 14 months? And not to mention all of the policies that he has implemented, it has done nothing to help Israel out.
I don't think he knows what he's been doing for the last 14 months. So you expect me to know what the man's been doing? No, I love that random person, and you can hear them. Literally, she's your colleague. Look, delusional is the right word. Delusional has been really what this entire presidency has been, one long delusion.
Perfect.
Thank God it's over. Look, Danica, I want to disagree with you. I feel terrible. I'm not going to see her again. She was wonderful. She gave me so much. I don't know what I'm going to talk about going forward for the next year. She made up like literally 25% of my content. So I don't know what I'm going to be talking about.
What will you do now, Army? Well, who else are we going to talk about now? Exactly. Gosh, good riddance, though, I say. Now, look, let's move on because it's been another day of Donald Trump's picks absolutely shutting down dumb senators during confirmation hearings. Pete Hegseth performed brilliant yesterday, but now it was Attorney General nominee Pam Bondi's turn, and I think she nailed it. Here she is turning the tables on Democrat Adam Schiff.
I'm asking you, sitting here today, whether you are aware of a factual predicate to investigate Liz Cheney.
Senator, no one
Based
has
on what
asked
you
me
know.
to investigate Liz Cheney. That is a
President
hypothetical.
has
We're
called
also
the
worried about
president-
Liz.
Why are you trying to protect Liz Cheney? Like what? Like, bro, she was on that January 6th committee. She did some fugaziness.
She was at the head of it.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Yeah, she should be the one getting brought up on it. I mean, the Cheney should be brought up on other things as well, but let's just stick to the January 6th stuff.
Start there.
Cheney,
The
Senator.
president has
You
We'll
know
work
what
our
we
way
should be
back.
worried about?
Ms. Bondi,
The
please
crime rate
answer
in
my questions.
California right now
You
is
are
through
aware,
the roof.
Ms. Bondi,
Your robberies
Ms.
are
Bondi,
87% higher than the national
my question
average.
is this.
That's what I
My
want to
question
be
is
focused
this.
on, Senator.
Do you have the
if I'm
power to
confirmed
say
as
no to the
Attorney
president?
General.
And Army, funnily enough, this is the very same dopey man who happens to sleep, doze off during hearings himself. How dumb are these Democrats, Army?
I mean, if only him dozing off was the only thing that Adam Schiff did, I think we'd be in a better position for this country. Look, the richness of the Democrats attacking Pam Bondi, asking her if she's going to do the dirty work for the president is so clear and so rich. And for Adam Schiff, the tip of the spear of creating and the weaponization of the Justice Department, to have him, I mean, does he have no shame to go up there and grill Pam Bondi's issue? This is what this man did for 4 years. The Russia hoax over and over again, the weaponization of all of these structures of our government that he and the Democrats had put to use against President Trump. I mean, have they no shame? They not look at, do not have mirrors in their homes? It's ridiculous. No, she did school them. How do I know that? Because after that fiery exchange you just played, on the second half of Adam Schiff's questions, he was far different. He's a different person, quieter, more respectful. When she turned it around and said, yeah, maybe you should spend more time worrying about the crime in California than worrying about these issues, we'd all be better off. It was wonderful to see. It was great. Pam Bondi's going to do a great job.
Yeah, she's got these lunatics wrapped around her finger, and they also tried these bullying tactics on her. And here was the response. Have a look.
The next question you can speak, and I hope you answer, Ms. Bondi.
Well, I'd
now,
like
when
to
we met
answer
yesterday,
the previous one, Senator.
when we met yesterday,
You pointed your finger at
did not
you were
seem
speaking.
to be familiar
Let me answer
with
my question.
the
I'm not going to be
citizenship
bullied by you,
clause, the
Senator
14th
Padilla.
Amendment. You tell me in this committee what the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment says.
Senator, I'm here to answer your questions. I'm not here to do your homework and study for you. If I am confirmed as
You're
Attorney
the one
General,
asking for a confirmation
hey,
vote,
you
ma'am.
cut me off. Can I please finish?
What does the 14th Amendment say?
Senator, the 14th Amendment, we all know, addresses birthright citizenship. I've been a state prosecutor. I've been a state AG.
Yeah, she just handled herself with so much grace there. I just think she's fantastic. But look, let's move on, because Donald Trump's nominee for Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has warned that a dangerous China cheated its way to superpower status and described it as the most potent and dangerous near-peer adversary this nation has ever faced. Have a look.
If we stay on the road we're on right now, in less than 10 years, virtually everything that matters to us in life will depend on whether China will allow us to have it or not. Everything from the blood pressure medicine we take to what movies we get to watch, and everything in between, we will depend on China for it. They have come to dominate the critical mineral industry supplies throughout the world. Everywhere in the world, they've now established critical mineral rights. Even those who want to see more electric cars, no matter where you make them, those batteries are almost entirely dependent on the ability of the Chinese and the willingness of the Chinese Communist Party to produce it and export it to you.
And shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, yo, I'm sorry. This is cringe, but this was a long time ago. However, women of the IDF video sent, don't kill these cuties. I'm done. Big Wave Dave was like, please don't send these cuties into war, man. Although I still need to make a trip to Israel. You feel me? You know, shout out Big Wave Dave. Pretty much saying that, look, man, not a single Israeli cutie better to not be touched before I get there. So shout out Big Wave Dave.
No doubt he's going to be a very strong Secretary of State. What do you make of those comments?
Yeah, first of all, I was in China last week, and it's a scary place to be. Everywhere you go are cameras. You go to the subway. Literally, as you put your ticket into the subway toll booth, there's literally cameras that you're looking at. There's doing facial recognition. You see the square around your face. It's a scary, scary fascist place. It is the most potent and dangerous enemy we have, and he recognized that. First of all, I want to say that it seems to me now that all of the obstinance of the Democrats to Trump's nominees seem to be melting away. I'm glad to see it. I don't think it's in small part because the polling that they see also. And the last polling we saw just came out a few days ago, that President Trump is now on a percentage basis 25% ahead of Joe Biden. No shock there. But what I think we see here, and the important takeaway here, is that when you look at a person like Marco Rubio, you see that Trump is not going to be an isolationist, right? That's what people kept saying. That being America first and being engaged in the world are not mutually exclusive. Trump and his nominees understand the threats that we face, whether it be China or Russia or Iran or Hamas. They know it, they understand it, they want to engage it. This is not an isolationist. It wasn't the first term, it will not be the second term. It's a robust, a diverse administration that I think will put the world in a better place. No question about it.
No, I completely agree with you. You're absolutely spot on.
You know what, bro? We're about to move on to the next video, and it's so funny because I like this video. I want to know why I like this video, because mainstream media takes another hit to the chin. Yep, y'all be defamation, bro. Talk defamation about people out the ass. Though everything is gonna come back on you. ABC, CBS, but it did. And guess what? CNN, you're up next. Actually, boom. $5 million. CNN forced to pay $5 million to Navy SEAL in historic defamation loss. And how dare you talk about one of our SEALs like that, man? Y'all better pay my man his 5. I know that. Y'all better pay my man his 5. He missing a cent. Boy, that boy missing a cent. Y'all evil.
CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
Unbelievable. What's up, guys? It's Benny. The year 2024 certainly went out with a bang in the media and political landscape, with ABC News deciding to settle.
Shout out Big Wave Dave, $10. He said, yo, play the cutie from that video.
Got you. Go. Okay, I got
A defamation suit with Donald Trump for $15 million, a big chunk of change. That's actually what George Stephanopoulos' salary is annually. Yikes. ABC News will pay $15 million in charitable contribution to Trump's Presidential Foundation Museum. So Donald Trump could just name an entire wing of his museum the fake news wing, funded by ABC News, and its top anchor, George Stephanopoulos, who have reached a settlement in his defamation suit, which will result in the network paying the president-elect $15 million. The settlement was publicly filed on Saturday, revealing that the two parties come to an agreement to avoid a costly trial. According to the settlement, ABC News will pay $15 million in charitable contribution to the Presidential Foundation and Museum established by the plaintiff, President of the United States, Donald Trump. They will also pay $1 million to Trump's attorney's fees. Oh, man. Okay, so that's how we close out 2024 with that great news. But let's begin 2025 with even better news. CNN has now been found guilty of defamation against a Navy SEAL veteran and awards punitive damages to the tune of millions of dollars. The decision comes after 8 hours of deliberation. Panama City, Florida. Not a great place for CNN to be tried. Ooh, not a lot of CNN fans there in the jury pool. Like a inverse of what they tried to do with J6 defendants in Washington, D.C. A jury found that CNN committed defamation against U.S. Navy SEAL Zachary Young, responsible for punitive damages on Friday after more than 8 hours of deliberation. The jury ruled that Young is awarded $4 million, $1 million in personal damages, such as pain and suffering, and the punitive damages are warranted against CNN. Oh, my. The jury will now proceed to phase 2 of the trial to determine punitive damages. Lawyers on each side will have a chance to present evidence and determine punitive damages. Holy smokes. How many segments did CNN do about Alex Jones getting a defamation suit? Now they...
All right, and before we play Big Waves Dave's video, let's take a quick second out to get a word from our sponsor, guys. With all this talk of drones, spyware, and online monitoring, it is as important as ever in this digital world to have control over your sensitive password and information. Guys, it's 2025. Hackers and scammers are only getting smarter. If you don't want to leave yourself vulnerable or compromised online, this year we are sponsored by Aura, who offers services such as password management, financial fraud protection, and identity theft protection to help monitor and safekeep your most personal data. More services are offered as well, though. So I've signed up for the service myself. It's simple, easy to use, and it's free to try for 2 weeks, which is enough time for Aura to do its magic. Do yourself a favor, click the link in our description, visit aura.com/SKM for Sankey Media, and sign up for Aura. We appreciate you guys, and shout out our sponsor.
They can come get some. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Zachary Young, U.S. Navy veteran. Here's what happened. CNN smeared him by implying that he illegally profited when helping people flee Afghanistan on the black market during the Biden administration's withdrawal. So instead of
I couldn't have queued it up any better than that. I knew Dave was gonna have a word about that. I just knew Dave was gonna have something to say. Shout out Big Wave Dave though. He says, "F you, Key. When did this nonsense start again, bro? Listen, we just trying to make an honest living out here, man. We just trying to get by, Dave. Trying to pay the bills. Trying to keep the lights on here,
and trying to save people's information. So shout out to Aura for okay, I'm just playing.
Going after Joe Biden.
He about to rage.
They instead went after the Navy SEALs who were helping people flee the madness that Joe Biden created. Here we go. Young alleged that CNN smeared him by implying that he legally profited in the Afghanistan withdrawal. Young believes CNN destroyed his reputation and business by branding him a legal profiteer who exploited desperate Afghans during a November 11th, 2021 report aired on The Lead with Jake Tapper. The decision comes after 3+ years of litigation and wild, sometimes chaotic 8-day trial. 14th Judicial Circuit Judge William S. Henry, who presided over the trial in Bay County, Florida, previously ruled that Young did not act illicitly or criminally, despite what the network had aired. After the verdict sent shockwaves through the courtroom, Judge Henry read the instructions to a 6-person jury that prepared to determine punitive damages. You should consider the additional evidence along with evidence presented, and you should decide any disputed factual issues a greater weight in evidence. The greater the weight of the evidence means the more plausible and convincing force the entire verdict of the case, saying you need to find CNN out of business in order to decide the amount of punitive damages and any, if any, to be assessed and punishment against the defendant. He said the amount would be in addition to the compensatory damages already awarded, which is $5 million to the Navy SEAL. Holy smokes. A CNN correspondent, Alex Marquardt, called Zachary Young in the center of the lawsuit. Judge Henry also said that the financial resources of CNN should be taken into consideration. You may not award an amount that would financially destroy the defendant. Goodness gracious. So CNN literally over a barrel here. Here's the offending segment saying that Afghans flee with black markets. And holy smokes. They just cooked them on this. So this is, again, all media is covering this, saying this is obviously a slam dunk case against CNN. Jury finds defendant Zachary Young, and it's false reporting.
Damn, slam dunk case is tough,
man.
When they're saying a slam dunk case, it means like, bro, you're wrong. It was just only a matter of time until we came here. Actually, bro was so assured that he was going to win the case. He's like, I'm just waiting to file it.
Easy work, like.
Hey man, shout out to any lawyer who picked up that case. That boy looked at that mug, was like, easy money, baby, easy money,
and clear, bro.
Boy, you get $5 million, shoot, man, just give me my 10%. I got you.
His operations in Afghanistan. Trial now moves to punitive damages phase. There's currently a $1 billion defamation lawsuit against CNN in court right now. Goodness gracious. They could be fined $1 billion. That really would actually destroy CNN. The chief national security correspondent, Alec Marquardt, is testifying, with the trial focusing on whether the statements were made in actual malice. Young claims CNN reporting ruined his business by depicting him as an illegal profiteer. The jury will decide on compensatory punitive damages if they find Young. The case could set a precedent for defamation lawsuits against media companies and impacted journalistic practices. Well, yeah, if you're reporting false things, obviously. The lead attorney for U.S. Navy veteran Zachary Young felt like he was in Alice in Wonderland during the defamation suit. Young sued CNN in 2022, claiming that the lawsuit and segment defamed him in Afghanistan transportation business.
No evidence that this was intentional. If it was in the complaint, we would have produced it. If Mr. Friedman had said at any point, hey, there's another teaser we know about, will you produce it? We would have gone back and looked for it. We didn't know about it. And by the way, all this is a very transparent attempt to create some fake equivalency from this plaintiff who purposely destroyed documents to what CNN did. And there's no equivalency. We have on a public website, there's a transcript from 4 to 5 o'clock. If you knew what you were looking for, you could have found it. We just didn't know.
Hey, shout out Kill Switch, $20. He says, problem is I contribute how much you both also work. You two getting greedy.
We have other operations we got to start up here. Remember, bro, we're still trying to pop off merch and all that good stuff. We ain't trying to be cheap about it,
bro. We're not trying to. And you got to remember, Dave, as much fun as we have, as much as we appreciate where we're at right now, we want to take this shit to new levels, shit that we can't even quite conceptualize right now. We're trying to take S.E.T Key Media and make it a whole big thing, and that's gonna take it's gonna take some effort. And you know what combined with that means. So we appreciate everything, everybody's support, everybody's donations. But yeah, man, we trying to take this shit to another level. So
contribute to the potential of S.E.T Key Media. Shout out. And as Big Wave Dave says, yeah, get more people.
But we do like being fan and supporter funded. So that's definitely part of the goal.
And I'll tell y'all this right now, bro. Look, we did not sell out no part of what we talk about.
Hell nah.
Nothing.
Y'all notice how the ad, that was a personalized ad. I'm allowed to say it. That was a personalized ad. Something that I made up, something that me and Sut collaborated on. We wanted to make that something specific to S.E.T Key.
And they never told us that we couldn't talk about any certain subject or anything.
Exactly.
Because we don't play that.
We good, man. We ain't sold out. Y'all still getting Set and Key raw version, you know. So we're just trying to grow this operation, man. We appreciate y'all support from day one.
Oh yeah, and of course, the video that Dave asked for is right here. Oh God, you thought I just had it? What? You thought I forgot? Nah.
Sorry, I don't talk in a woo voice. I don't know what you expected me to do. Sorry, I don't talk in a woo voice. I don't know what you expected me to do.
Well. I mean, she's attractive. Out there, helping the bombs. I mean, no, let me not even take it there. Let me not even take it there.
What was there?
I don't feel like I'm in Alice in Wonderland. I mean, CNN didn't know about its own videos. It's news to CNN that they created these videos.
Is that your type?
We are at fault for not realizing that they failed to comply with basic discovery obligations. We shouldn't have to audit CNN's websites or its transcripts to make sure that they're complying with basic discovery requests. Judge, this is like Alice in Wonderland. What's going on here? Their obligations, their breach, their failure to produce. Somehow it's my fault.
We're in Alice in Wonderland. I don't know which character everybody is.
Cooked, baby. Revenues for CNN in 2021, $2.2 billion. 2022, $2 billion. 2023, $1.8 billion. Currently, CNN makes $5 million a day. So this shouldn't really be a massive problem for CNN, but it does set quite a precedent, and they're not done with the bleeding yet. Watching CNN burn down while working for an outlet that doesn't lose defamation lawsuits because we don't participate in defamation. All right. CNN lawyers argues against the network being hit with punitive damages after they were found liable by saying it would harm the companies financially and hinder its ability to report on major breaking news events like wildfires. That's what you're going to go with. Allow us to lie more. Give us more money to lie and defame more. We need that money. CNN sure has had a hell of a lot of defamation lawsuits. Goodness gracious. Guilty, ladies and gentlemen. So this is really going to be interesting. I wonder how much they're going to fine them. Here's just some examples. Doesn't this guy just look like a CNN producer? Goodness gracious, how grotesque. CNN producer Michael Conte told attorneys in a deposition shown in court that he said that Zachary Young, the Navy SEAL, had a punchable face. This guy really.
He really do.
Said he had a punchable face.
With his glasses on too. Don't take them off. Just sit there and take it.
I mean, if he said something smart aleck to you, you'd want to punch him in the face.
I mean, come on.
It's like, bro, I just look like if I punch you in the face, not only you stop saying everything, but you're gonna cry to my satisfaction.
Like, let's be honest here, bro. He does have a punchable face. I mean, can't be mad at him for saying that.
Hey.
Okay. Not a good look for CNN, but a great result, obviously. And something that has further humiliated CNN. I mean, they did get that one right. Along with, of course, the humiliation of still having Jim Acosta on air, even though apparently Jim Acosta is being moved to the Siberia of television news, the midnight hour, midnight to 2 a.m. In order to appease Trump. Oh, man. Oh, it's so good. This guy can't, he just make it stop. I can't take it. I can't take this much winning. Ladies and gentlemen.
He said, I can't take this much winning.
It's an exciting time to be live, and it certainly is something that we hope you join our channel.
Yes, you know it's funny. You know who we haven't heard from a while?
Who's that?
Cuomo.
Hey.
Seth's Armed Services Committee hearing. My opinion is we saw the enemy today at Pete Hegseth's Armed Services Committee hearing, and it's us. Not you, but the toxic game of division played by the people who we put in power. Let me ask you, what questions would you have for a potential Secretary of Defense? What are you going to do about China, Russia, terror, Pentagon size, drones? Or would your top concern be his marriage? Is your biggest fear that an army of trans folk are going to take over? Because those were the concerns that the most deliberative body in the world focused on today. Here is the moment that Democrats are choosing to send around the internet as their big win. Senator Tim Kaine giving Hegseth the Bill Clinton.
Damn.
I want to return to the incident that you referenced a minute ago that occurred in Monterey, California in October 2017. At that time, you were still married to your second wife, correct?
I believe so.
And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct?
Senator, I was falsely charged, fully investigated and completely cleared.
So you think you were completely cleared because you committed no crime. That's your definition of cleared. You had just fathered a child 2 months before by a woman that was not your wife. I assume that in each of your weddings, you've pledged to be faithful to your wife. You've taken an oath to do that, haven't you?
Senator, as I've acknowledged to everyone in this committee, I'm not a perfect person, not claiming to be.
But no, I just asked a simple question. You've taken an oath like you would take an oath to be Secretary of Defense in all of your weddings to be faithful to your wife. Is that correct?
I have failed in things in my life, and thankfully I'm redeemed by my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
So because of his marriage, he can't be trusted with the oath of office? 2 points of disgust. How many people on that committee, how many in Congress could pass the Kane test that you can't honor an oath to serve if you've ever been unfaithful? Kane may be sitting in that room alone. Who cares when we are talking about being the top warrior, not our pastor? I'll tell you who agreed with me once about this. Tim Kaine. He supported Bill Clinton for president. He didn't say he couldn't serve despite all he knew about his peccadillos. He still backed him. Why? Is president not as important an oath? So what changed? You know, a bipartisan National Security Commission found we are not ready for.
And you know what's funny? This old creepy looking dude right here, the guy who's going in on Hegseth about his ex-wives. Guess who he supported back in the day?
Who's that?
My man, one of our favorite presidents, Bill Clinton.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but when a dunk on Hegseth about women.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's hilarious. Hilarious.
You know, a bipartisan National Security Commission found we are not ready for war with China or Russia. Do you know that? They suggested our technology and our inventory are a question mark. Recruitment across the armed services, weak. Cyber attacks, crushing us. Increasingly, Trump hinting he wants to pull out of Syria and other areas in the region. All these big things flying around, including over military bases. No one can explain it. And this guy, who has never led anything like a federal agency, is up for a job over the biggest war machine in the world that is one of the largest employers in the federal government. And Tim Kaine wants to talk to him to exhaustion about his marriage. None of the things that I just mentioned in any depth. That matters more than what he's going to do with half the money America lays out in discretionary spending? And even when the Democrats were on a legitimate issue like encouraging women to enlist, and Hegseth had said they should not be in certain combat roles, seems to have shifted now. But the Democrats still couldn't get past the gotcha and kept asking the same gotcha.
Yeah, low-key. They should have just left it as, okay, cool. You change your positions on what you wrote in your book and what you said on podcasts about women serving in the military. And I don't think he really changed it. He kind of just made it sound sweeter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all he did.
Reworded it.
He put a bow on it. Because let's be real, if he left it out there raw as he left it out there in his what was it, his novel? Yeah, trust me, they wasn't going for that. They wasn't going for that type of authenticity. Trust me.
It was already coming after.
You said, and I quote, "I'm straight up saying that we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective."
When I'm talking about that issue, it's not about the capabilities of men and women, it's about standards.
We have hundreds of women who are currently in the infantry, lethal members of our military serving in the infantry, but you degrade them.
My critiques, Senator, recently and in the past, and from personal experience, have been instances where I've seen standards lowered, driven decision making.
I'm quoting you from the podcast. Women shouldn't be in combat at all. Where is the reference to standards that they should be there if they can carry, if they can run? I don't see that at all, Mr. Hegseth.
Look, there is a real issue here, okay? It's at best an open question that we're stronger if women stop serving in combat roles. You know, studies have shown women serve a critical role in the battlefield in intelligence gathering that men can't do. And I've watched women step up in.
I mean, in intelligence gathering, I mean, yo, let's be real. Nobody can run a honeypot operation better than a woman.
Man,
nobody can run that honeypot better than a woman.
That is very true.
And most of the time,
they probably work best in espionage, really.
Yeah, and most of the time, the type of gender that has the answers we need is a male. And what do males like to do when they get in front of a pretty woman?
Talk, talk, talk.
Yep.
Combat situations and do things I could.
Even though one of the 48, what was it? One of the 48 laws of power tells you to shut the fuck up.
Yep.
But we still talk.
I mean, what can I say? Men like to embellish when in front of a.
Hey, the ego trip is crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Shout out to the bowstring.
Man,
Never
actually, too.
That's not what the Democrats were really after. It was a play to division. That Trumpers are misogynists.
Guilty of it.
And what burns is that there is a real issue here with recruitment, and we never talk about it. And it's not about gender, it's about pay. Over 22,000 active duty troops in 2019 were on food stamps. Did you know that? That means thousands of military members of families are literally living in poverty while loved ones are serving. And that they don't want to worry about. That's not a.
And Shot Big Wave Dave, have you seen Zero Dark 30? No.
Isn't that the movie about like the bomb squad?
I don't even know. No.
Dave, let me know if I'm right or wrong on that. I think that's the movie about like the bomb squad or something like that. I think I might have seen it.
A threat? His marriage, gender gotchas. That's what matters. Look, here's the worst part. The right did not take the opportunity for high ground that the left gave them. An opportunity to discuss what really matters to national defense. Most of them seem to think, on the right, that the biggest threat to America is DEI. They're vetting a Secretary of Defense, and their concern isn't why we were found to be unprepared for war with our major.
He says no. He said no and no, Key. Nah, then I haven't seen it then. I think I'm thinking of Hurt Locker. That was the movie about the bomb squad, right? And they were disarming bombs and all that good stuff. But I haven't seen Zero Dark 30.
Your enemies, or again, why we can't identify what's flying all over the place, including over military bases that Hegseth would have to control, or what happens if Trump wants to pull out of Syria, and whether ISIS will take that as an open invitation to expand. Instead, they made it about the war they really care about most. Not war with Russia, not with China or Iran or ISIS, or the cyber war we're clearly losing, but the culture war. The senator's most pressing concern for the Pentagon, judging by many of the questions, DEI.
If confirmed and you issue an order saying we are going to rip the Biden woke yoke off the neck of our military and focus on lethality and more.
I ain't gonna lie, it's a point to, his whole women being good in espionage.
Yeah,
and intelligence gathering. Hey, Shot Big Wave Dave.
That's what it looks like here. It says, due to the work of a dedicated female operative that proves instrumental in finally locating bin Laden.
I mean, hold on. Dang, she must have been bad.
Had to be.
We're fighting. How do you think the troops will react?
Senator, I know the troops will rejoice.
They will love it.
They will love it.
DEI is not about giving everybody opportunity. It is rooted in cultural Marxism.
The Department of Defense spent over 5 million man hours on quote unquote counter extremism and diversity training, what you and I might call woke training or DEI.
How many genders are there? Tough one.
Senator, there are 2 genders.
I know that well. I'm a she, so I'm on board. How many push-ups can you do?
I did 5 sets of 47 this morning.
Hey,
47. He's out there 5 sets of 47.
That's my man.
I ain't gonna lie. Dang, bro, what was he doing? Like
235.
My man.
47 is probably his max, and he just did it 5 times.
I thought you were talking about push-ups.
Yeah,
nice.
47th president. Listen, how many push-ups he can do is probably.
How much push-ups can y'all do at once?
No facts.
One of the pithiest things that guy asked. How is any of this a priority? He's not running for office. Now, their best hook on DEI was spending $80 million on DEI programs in 2023. You can feel whatever way you want about that. It's a big number, unless you compare it to the overall Pentagon budget of over 800 billion. So their focus is on 0.01% of the Pentagon budget. That's the question. If the Democrats wanted to show that Hegseth isn't qualified, they failed. And not because of his answers, but because of their questions. And Republicans did Hegseth no favors either by clearly making him a pawn culture warrior. Hegseth, fairly appraised, is a massive question mark for this position. And he did not really explain his understanding or philosophy or any sophisticated sense of strategies for the agency, again, that employs more people than just about anything else in the federal government. And yet, Hegseth handled himself better today than most of the people questioning him. In a hearing that was about his ability to honor an oath to serve, the Senate committee showed they could not live up to their own oath. The enemy is the inclination that was on ugly and obvious display today. I keep telling you this, and I keep pointing it out because nothing frightens me and disgusts me more than these two parties and their damnable game of petty division, no matter what else is at stake. They're talking about who is going to protect us at the top of the Pentagon, and these are the things that they thought mattered.
Like, American lives are at stake, and y'all having petty arguments.
Trivial shit.
Like, bro,
petty.
Like, bro, like, I would just say, like, Americans, like, freedom, American safety is on the line here, and y'all are having petty arguments about ex-wives.
Politics.
Son of a bitch. Trust me, when I was hearing them grill this man, I was like, son of a bitch, bro. There's way more important things to grill this man on. But y'all want to talk about ex-wives.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like Trump. It's like, yo, there's so many things we could talk about Trump when it comes to his presidency. Y'all want to bring up Stormy Daniels. Okay.
Most. We have to do better. Hey, thanks for watching.
Even politicians like a juicy drama story.
I mean, yeah, I guess everybody's toxic in that way. But shout out our man Nigel Farage. Was he? He's a UK, like he's a a UK British Parliament member.
Was this the guy that sat down with Trump on that
on the stage?
Yeah, or no?
Nah, it's somebody else, I believe. But when I looked him up, though, yeah, he actually does have some pretty. He has a lot of pull. I'll say that he has a lot of pull in UK.
All right, shout out. And Dave, what song are you talking about?
So let's see. Yeah, member of Parliament of the United Kingdom.
Okay, bet.
So shout out him. Shout out him.
All right, what is it?
All right, got you, big dog.
Hello and welcome to the Bloomberg UK Politics Podcast. I'm Caroline Hepker, and today on this episode, I'm joined by Bloomberg's finance reporter Will Shaw for a conversation with the Reform UK leader Nigel Farage. Welcome to Bloomberg, and thank you so much for your time.
Good to be here.
So you're the architect of Brexit, of course, well known to many. You have now won a seat in the British Parliament after 8 attempts. Your party is sitting just below the ruling Labour Party in the polls here in Britain, and you are poised to go to the inauguration of the US President Donald Trump, despite a recent row with Trump advisor and perhaps hoped for donor Elon Musk. But today I want to spend a bit of time with Will and you, Nigel, talking about whether Reform UK has the kind of long-running the kinds of answers to the long-running economic challenges that Britain really has. We've seen in the recent GDP figures, in the concerns around stagflation. You're finally an MP, though, scoring highly in the polls. The political mood across Europe has moved in your favour. You must feel like you've really made it now.
What about made it? But, and by the way, thank you. It was a very accurate introduction. We're doing well. We're on the up. And do you know why? Because we're optimistic. You come to a Reform meeting. I've done 4 rallies this year already, all complete sellouts of our members around the country. And I'll expand that to big public rallies as the year goes on. And it's like a rock concert. They're not depressed. They actually believe that with the right leadership, with the right vision, with the right courage, we can turn the country around. So, yeah, we are very upbeat at the moment. I think the Uni Party, if I can call them that, just look morose. Labour look morose. The Conservatives bitterly divided. I mean, they still all hate each other. So there is a massive gap. there in British politics. And, you know, in your intro, you made the point, it's a very good point, do reform have the right economic answers and social answers to the problems we're in? Well, you can't find the answers until you first identify the problem. And I think we've had so many policy missteps over the last couple of decades. And I think the parties are kind of so wedded to what they've done already that I don't believe they're in a fit state to put us right.
You've only got 5 MPs in Parliament overall, though, so you're still quite a
The joys of the first past the post electoral system.
Yes, absolutely. But perhaps one of the key issues, of course, is, you know, you're going to Washington. We know that the Labour Party has appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador to Washington. I suppose the first thing that I'd like to understand is whether you've spoken to Mandelson, whether you've got plans, you know, to try to help Mandelson get the best deal for Britain.
Look, I don't discuss private conversations I have with people, never have done, never will do, which is why, by the way, I'm trusted and I've survived 25 years in this game. What I will say is this, and I've said it publicly, and I've said this privately to the most senior Labour figures, that it isn't just Trump that I've known for a long time and get on very well, which I do. Half his cabinet I know, some of them are good friends. You know, this whole movement, you know, they're people.
It's almost like Trump got the right people. He's like, look, man, he's well connected. Even the people that he's appointed are well connected. I mean, well, come on now, Elon. Yeah, I mean, Elon talks to a lot of world leaders.
Worked with for a long, long time. So, if there's anything I can do, for example.
Well, so you must know Lord Mandelson very well. Obviously, he's a veteran politician. So what do you think of his appointment? And can you get...
Mandelson and I were in Brussels at the same time.
Yes.
You know, when he was a commissioner there. Look, Mandelson is bright and clever, wily possibly too. Nobody could ever doubt that Mandelson is not a good operator. I mean, he was part of the genius behind, you know, New Labour and the rebranding of the party. All I would say is this, that if you really want to get on with the Trump administration, you need somebody who is an entrepreneur. You need somebody who's a businessman or businesswoman. You need somebody who thinks outside the box. And kind of what we're doing is we're going down the traditional Foreign Office governmental route of appointing somebody from within our governing circles. And I think we could do better. I mean, look,
you're obviously at odds with the Labour government.
Yes.
Are you going to work together with Peter Mandelson, and will you brief against him and the Labour government to Donald Trump if you differ on
I will get back to the original question. I've said privately and publicly to senior Labour figures that if they need help with the relationship, particularly in terms of negotiating tariffs or maybe sectoral free trade agreements, which I do believe are possible with the Trump regime, I, of course, would help because that is in the national interest. And I have to say, sitting here this morning with you, how relieved I am that the Chagos Island surrender of sovereignty, as I see it, isn't going through before the inauguration. I think if that had happened, we would be in a very, very bad place. So we've got a bit of a reprieve. And remember that Trump is the most instinctively pro-British president we've seen for decades. And we ought to use that to our advantage.
How does that really translate, though, in terms of how hard Trump is going to be on tariffs globally and especially on the UK?
I can tell you that in 2016 and past the inauguration into the early part of 2017, the team around Trump were really anxious to get a trade deal with the UK and to do it as quickly as possible. Why? They wanted to show that they're not protectionists. They believe in fair competition, but not, as they see it, unfair competition with China and other countries that undercut them on wages, on environmental standards and everything else.
Yeah, that, and I'm be like, I would do say, when it comes to trade, we are the worst country in trade right now. We're like in $1 trillion deficit in trade. Most of the countries we trade with, we're in a trade deficit with. Yeah. And that's not good. That's not good at all.
So, and of course, we couldn't do it because we were still part of the European Union. But now we're freed. We're not part of the EU's common commercial policy. We can negotiate our own trade deals. These are the prizes that are on offer. But, you know, if the Prime Minister wants to have a reset with the European Union and get closer to the failing economically European Union, it's going to be very difficult.
If we turn to Elon Musk, so
I thought you might.
Yeah, Joe Biden was speaking overnight. He warned Americans of a dangerous concentration of power in the hands of a very few ultra wealthy people that he feared could have an impact on the country's democracy. Through your friendship with Elon Musk, is there a risk of you introducing a similar threat into the UK in terms of like the interests of one very, very rich tech billionaire and his concerns taking priority over the concerns of regular voters and, you know, the potential of someone being seen to try and buy an election in the UK?
Well, first things first, I think Biden's record on defending the American Constitution, on the way that he used the judicial system, doesn't bear much scrutiny. I think things went backwards during Biden's time, and we concentrated so much power in Biden's hands that he gave Afghanistan back to the Taliban. So, you know, we can throw this stuff back and forth. In America, you know, billionaires have more influence over society than we do in Britain. There's no, you know, culturally, there's no question about that. Musk is a very powerful figure, of that there's no doubt.
Sure.
But I also think,
I mean, we're worth $500 billion, bro. Yeah, you're a pretty powerful figure. I mean, multi-billion-dollar businesses in space and all that good stuff, pretty powerful. I mean, when you can afford to buy one of the biggest social media companies in the world, like it ain't nothing, yeah, that's a pretty powerful guy.
I think he's a hero. I mean, if you think back to the last election in 2020 in America, where the Hunter Biden laptop was there, the evidence was clear of criminality, for which he's now been convicted of one or two things. The evidence was, I mean, all sorts of things were there that deserved to be in the public domain, especially his father's close relationship and telephone calls with various companies.
That's a separate issue.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't at all. And I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
All the social media channels forbade any conversation about that subject. The Americans had an election with no debate on this issue. Musk has come along and bought Twitter, albeit for quite a high price. And free speech is coming back to America and the Western world. You've even seen Meta in this week. I mean, an extraordinary U-turn that has been made. So Musk is a force for good in terms of open democratic argument. When it comes to power and influence, I think the important thing is he mustn't be seen himself to be dictating what the Treasury Department do. And that is important.
A lot of people would disagree with the point around, you know, freedom of speech. Particularly the Europeans are deeply concerned about misinformation. The Elon, hang on, the
anything
Elon Musk
we disagree with is
X-Spaces.
misinformation. I know. Yes. We must all support globalism. We must all support open borders. If we don't, it's misinformation. I don't buy it.
On Elon Musk, with him and the other tech billionaires who support visas for highly skilled workers into the US, that's pitting them against the MAGA movement and people like Steve Bannon, who oppose immigration much more broadly. Who is right in that?
Fair enough. We'll get right back to this after this music intermission here. Let's pull up Dave's song suggestion. If the computer will want to act right here. Shout out to musical intermissions, man. Shout out Big Wave Dave for suggesting this song. The band 311, never heard of them, but hey, let's see what they got.
I think Fox 8 said this is on my do not listen.
He literally said, I enjoyed that.
Shout out.
It's not terrible. But as promised, let's get back to the show, guys. Let's finish this one out. Appreciate the support. Like the video if you haven't already. Let's do it.
A debate. Well, I'll talk from a UK perspective. You know, I've always favoured high skilled immigration, people that come in are net contributors to the country and, crucially, who integrate to a greater or lesser extent in our culture, our values. I've never had a problem with that. But of course, we've done the opposite to that. Isn't it amazing? Of the last 3 million people that settled here in Britain from outside the EU, the last 3 million, 22% are in work. Only 22% are in work. So how you manage immigration is becoming an increasingly crucial political issue. Bannon is sort of almost saying no immigration into America. I tell you what, if we want the City of London, where we're sitting right now, if we want our tech sector to be a world leader, if we want to turn this place into one of the crypto trading centers of the world, all those things. There's a lot we can do with British people, but we will need some highly skilled people from other parts of the world. I have no problem with that at all.
The issue with that, though, in terms of the immigration debate, is that on the one hand, your manifesto ahead of the election last year talks about freezing immigration.
No. Hang on. Let's just be clear about what we're talking about. There are always people leaving the country. You know, you sell a 3-bed semi in the suburbs of London, and you can go and live in Spain for the rest of your life, or Portugal for the rest of your life, or whatever it may be. What we're talking about is not to have overall population explosion due to immigration. So there's still plenty of room for people to come on either work visas or, in some cases, come to settle. So I'm not, you know, we are not putting up the barriers entirely. What we are saying is that low-skilled migration and those people bringing independence has.
And shout out my man Noah Joyner, man. Hey, haven't seen you in a minute, man. Appreciate you for pulling up. Both are correct. Elon wants them to come in on work visa. Bannon wants more strict control on it, so no bad people get in. And I'm be real with you, Noah. I just don't like the fact how we honestly use H-1B visas for entry-level positions. So if we can have a control on that, that'd be great. Honestly, the only visa program we should have to where an immigrant can come in and take an opportunity away from an American citizen is the O-1 visa. Like, you better be damn good if we're going to give you a job over our own citizen, just like the other countries do to us.
It's net been a negative for the UK economy.
How is that any different from the policy that this government and the previous government have tried to enact?
Because that's what they told people in manifestos and then did the complete opposite, which is why we're doing well in the polls. Trust has gone. Don't forget the Conservative Party in 2010, 2015, 2017, specifically in the manifesto, said net migration of tens of thousands a year. In 2019, we've got control of our borders back with Brexit. Numbers will be lower. And the 2023 number before the revision, and by the way, all the revisions are upwards, is nearly 1 million. This is where we are. The biggest problem that those two traditional parties have is trust.
If we turn to the UK economy, Britain obviously has got deep-seated and long-running economic problems. Those have asserted themselves in recent days in the turbulence in financial markets. How would you create economic growth in Britain? Everybody says they want to achieve that. It seems exceptionally hard to actually make it happen. Like, how would you bring that about?
I mean, Rachel from accounts is not going to achieve that, is she? I mean, clearly, utterly clueless. I thought that from the start, actually. Utterly clueless, completely out of her depth. And there seems to be.
And yet they won in a landslide election.
Well, they did it, but it wasn't really a pro-Labour vote, was it? It was just an anti-Tory vote. I mean, that dominated the election. And remember this, it was a fairly loveless victory. And they only got 1/3 of the votes and 2/3 of the seats. Again, we're back to our friend, the electoral system. I was amazed how little scrutiny Labour's economic plans came under in the run-up. What is clear is this. What is absolutely clear is this. They are increasing the size of the public sector, and the measures they've taken is already, even before April the 1st, when all this really kicks in, decreasing the size of the private sector. And there seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding on the centre-left of British politics as to how economics works. If you don't create private sector wealth, you are doomed. So she can talk, as she did when she came back from China on Monday of this week. She can say growth is our number one priority. Everything they're doing is anti-growth, including the key component. And the key component is confidence, and there isn't any.
If we look at the Reform Manifesto, it talks about departments saving £50 billion a year by cutting wasteful spending, bureaucracy, and improving procurement. So that would be about 10% of departmental budgets.
You know, I wonder if they're going to mention that Andrew Tate is trying to run for Prime Minister of UK. I wonder if they're actually going to mention that.
I don't think that's going to get the acknowledgement that it deserves. Really,
it really does. Because I'm like, hey, bro.
They're not going to take
every year for 5 years.
He really comes to
because I'm just like, I ain't gonna lie, you're gonna have to really like sell
money behind his campaign. Really gonna have to show up at all the campaign events. He's really gonna have to show like he's serious for them to take him serious.
If Andrew Tate can pull a Trump,
man,
nobody thought Trump could win.
Trump won't be the first to be a Trump. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's true.
He's just gonna be. He's the
If-
template for it.
If
but
Andrew Tate's the next Trump, bro, I'm literally gonna be jealous of the UK.
it's gonna set a precedent for celebrities
I'm
and
like-
entertainers turning politicians.
I'm like, bro, y'all president literally get hoes.
bro,
Y'all president code.
Your president literally wrote a course on pimping hoes.
Like what, bro? UK game is gonna be legendary,
bro.
bro.
5 years. How would you bring that about without huge cuts to the NHS, education?
It's very
social
interesting
care?
you raised that. It's very interesting you raised that because that was part of our contract that we put out with the people. We were told it's impossible. Nonsense. It would mean massive cuts to frontline services. Guess what? It's now government policy. So we're very good at leading arguments on this. What I have no doubt about, and this is going to be difficult for some industries to accept, and I think there could be the next big battle with the trade unions will be over the use of AI, the use of advanced technology, and how actually we can increase productivity with fewer human beings. And therein lies your real answer. And I think what you're going to see with Musk, if he's fully focused on Doge, this project in America, you will see technology increasingly replacing a lot of human beings. And that never, all through the history of modern mankind, that never comes without something of a fight.
But is your economic agenda actually a real plan? Because you're also promising 1.5% extra growth in terms of what can be delivered to the UK economy, as well as that £50 billion in spending cuts. I mean, partly, the issue is that the government is already in trouble with its own fiscal policies for exactly that reason. And are you going to be able to convince the bond markets anymore? I mean, 1.5% in terms of extra economic growth is pretty much the same as what Liz Truss was offering.
Well, let's put it like this. What we have right now are not just the rich leaving London and leaving our big cities, which they are, in their thousands. People are relocating. We're also losing the 30-something entrepreneurs. They're going. They can't see any prospect of Britain being a pro-business community. And I return to that word confidence. There are things that make markets work at times that you can't always rationalize. But it's about confidence. It's about optimism. It's about direction. And I would say this to you. There's not a single person on the Labour front bench, not one, who's ever set up or worked in a private business. Not one. The Tories, not much better. And what we're saying is that we are, and we're not Elon Musk billionaires, but what we're saying is we're a practical group of people who have among us several successful business people. I think we've got more idea of what makes the economy tick than either the current Labour or Tory parties.
Yeah, confidence is a very difficult thing, obviously, to gauge and to inspire, and quite quick to sort of disappear. But the thing about your economic policy, can you sell this to voters? Can you actually sell a plan that is promising a lot of growth, which may or may not happen, but is definitely offering enormous tax cuts now, which definitely brings in less money to the revenue?
Well, let's be clear about the tax cuts.
Would bond markets buy that? And also that it does mean effectively cutting the size of the state. And that is definitely not clear in your manifesto. There's 4.2 million adults now on health-related benefits in the UK. Do they have to go back to work? I mean,
we need carrots
in a reform UK world.
We need carrots and sticks, right?
But does the electorate know that that's actually the stick?
Hang on. The carrot's very easy. The big tax cut we want is to raise the threshold at which you start paying tax up from 12,500 a year to 20,000 a year. That is the big.
That is enormously costly. You cannot do that without massive cuts to government.
That is enormously costly, unless what it does.
But here's the thing, though. Just like our government, it does try to frame a tax cuts, because the government's not taking money from you. They see that as spending. That's wild to me. So it's kind of crazy how UK government has that same I guess mindset of, oh, well, that's going to cost the government a lot. I'm like, what, to not take money away from y'all? That's crazy.
Yeah, the less we take, the less income we have as a government.
I mean, shoot. Yeah, I'm going to be real with you. Yeah, the more the government takes, the less income we have as a people. The less they take, the more income we have. And let's be real. Our money obviously ain't going to the things that we want when it goes to the government. So it's kind of crazy how people actually get mad when Trump talks about tax cuts. Oh, it's just for the rich. Well, look over his tax cuts. Everybody got a part of it. Everybody was able to get in on them tax cuts.
Is give people on benefits the real incentive to go back to work. Because the number of doors I've knocked on.
So how is that electorally possible? It's a little bit like Javier Milei's plan. It is very difficult to sell that to a broad swathe of the
I would say to London-based media, come out and knock on doors in the poorer parts of the country. Because the number of people that have told me to my face, you know, I want to go to work. I want us to be better off as a household. But as soon as I work more than 16 hours a week, I lose all of my benefits. There is this terrible welfare trap.
So you think that tough message of get back to work is actually very palatable to the British population? For example, you know, I mentioned Argentina, Javier Milei, which again, by the Republicans and Donald Trump and Elon Musk think that has been immensely successful, and a lot of markets that might agree.
I do.
Yeah, and you do too?
I do, yeah.
The cost of that economic success that is not as well touted is that poverty within Argentina has jumped from 40% of the population to 50% of the population. That is the cost of doing that.
Well, what I'm trying to do is give people a way out of poverty by making work pay. And I accept that it comes at a big initial cost. I absolutely accept that.
A big initial cost on day one.
I absolutely accept that. But I also think the stick, yeah, there has to be a stick. I mean, what is all this nonsense about 4-day weeks, work from home?
But how can you get to number 10 on that promise to the electorate that you have to get back to work? Anybody who's suffering from depression, who has, you know, benefits coming in, you have to give that very hard. Would they vote
what
for
about the working population? What about those people I see on the M25?
You get benefits for having depression in the UK?
I guess so.
Oh man, no. I can see where y'all at right now. Man, that's a little bit too much compassion.
5 at 5:30 on a Monday morning, right? Heading off to work, working much longer hours than their parents or grandparents ever did, paying ever higher burdens of tax. What about them? No one ever talks about them. No one ever talks about hard-working Britain and the burdens they're under. And you know what? I think they'll vote for us. I really, really do. And I think you'll find there are people on benefits who know they shouldn't be on benefits, who will see what we want to do as being a way to help them to be better off.
But if your voters had read the manifesto, which you call a contract with voters, do you, as well as we have, do you think that is actually what is being communicated on the doorstep?
I think more would have voted for us.
I suppose
we need a bit of honesty about this. Why don't we tell young people at university and at school that actually the only way you'll ever succeed in life is to work hard? That hard work is good, success is good, making money is good. We need a change of culture.
The people that you're talking about meeting.
Not, because you work hard and you make a lot of money. Once you make a lot of money, now you're greedy. I mean, boy, I wasn't greedy when I was putting in them hours.
Wasn't greedy when I was paying all these dollars for my tuition.
Wasn't greedy when I was handing out them when I had to pay that payroll.
Shit. Now I'm greedy because I want to do better for myself and my family.
No, now you're greedy because you're a multimillionaire.
Yeah. Hell the fuck right.
On knocking doors, of course, that's extremely important. Those people do need the numbers to add up if your policy is going to work and is going to benefit them in real terms. The IFS said of the proposals in the Reform Manifesto, spending reductions would save less than stated, that tax cuts would cost more than stated by a margin of tens of billions of pounds a year. The problem is if you don't have the kind of rigor of the economic plan, you can't help the people that you're making the promises.
Well, you can, because there are many other things you can do. We talked about cutting the size of the public sector. I talked about the use of AI. I've talked about procurement changes and cuts already. But the thing we're all forgetting is the just enormous dead hand of the quangocracy on everything from financial services to fisheries. The extent to which businesses are scared on a day-to-day basis, scared that some unaccountable person comes in, tells them they're doing everything wrong, demands extra costs for them. Again, you see, unless you have frontline politicians who are actually in business, they don't understand what this is doing.
There may be a case for cutting regulation here in the UK, but you're not going to find £50 billion by cutting quangos. That is simply not possible.
This is causing
but the idea also is that Britain has been through this now twice. The promise of cutting taxes now and feeling the benefit later, cutting taxes now and getting growth later. It did not last for Liz Truss. The October budget, I
don't know why it's so hard to conceptualize that. Yeah, when you do cut taxes, even for the rich, they do reinvest that.
They're gonna have to at some point. Like for the idea that the rich hold on to all that wealth when they get these tax cuts, it's disingenuous. It's completely disingenuous.
It doesn't make too much sense. I'm like, they need factories, right?
Like, think about it.
They need logistics,
If
right?
you have any incentives at your job, and I don't mind sharing. I have incentives at my job that literally dictate as the company does better and we're on pace, quality's there, the rate is there, we get incentives, we get bonuses as well. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Most companies operate in the same way.
So
they do better yearly, quarterly. You guys get bonuses. You guys
And
get incentives.
the multimillionaire or billionaire wants there to be like, good production, record time. And if they got to cough up a little bit more money to make a little bit more, money, they'll do
so. It's an investment.
Like, yeah.
And just like, splitting some of that pie, once they get those tax cuts, it's an investment. It's reinvestment, actually.
Yeah, because like, if they want their business to grow, they got to make sure their employees grow as well.
Who got them there? Come on now.
Even though it was much more conservative with a small c, also has not withstood the market pressure very well either. And so that's why we go back to the figures. The figures are not credible. You're offering something that's not possible to deliver.
You will notice that actually on tax, for example, which you both talked about to me, that we're being much more cautious than Liz Truss was. Liz Truss was going for big bang, right? Everything at once. And clearly way too much at once without corresponding initial spending cuts. Had she put big spending cuts in, although some may have objected to it, it might have been a different outcome. What we are saying is we want to reduce the overall burden of taxation. Right, yes, but the first big tax cut, the important first tax cut, is that one at the lower end of the tax spectrum, all right? So we're not promising everything at once.
Okay. There are a whole number of other very big pledges in terms of, net zero. We might get into that later. But one that is very, very much of interest to our audience, speaking to an investor audience, the manifesto talks about slashing interest payments on what the Bank of England pays to commercial banks for the QE program. It's something that does have some support.
It's a racket.
Okay, that's your view. It does have some support amongst economists. You basically pegged the savings at £35 billion. Some economists say, yes, you could do that. Barclays, for example, £20 billion. That's the problem also with the figures, is that it promises more than it could deliver. How could you keep control of your monetary policy if you don't pay the banks?
Yeah. Well, give us credit.
Okay.
Give us credit. We were the first people on the political stage to expose this racket. Yes. Nobody else even talked about it because they've been living on QE like a drug addict. All right. So, we're actually quite good at putting some arguments and putting some debates out there that nobody else dares to have. And whether Barclays say 20 or 30 or whatever they say, it shows you that we were in the right ballpark to begin to expose what was going on.
But can you just be in the right ballpark?
Well, we weren't going to win the last election. What we wanted to do with the contract was to set out our vision broadly of where we want to go. Now, the responsibility that is upon me now is very, very different. We're now in a completely different place, and I fully accept that I fully accept the point you're making, that between now and the next election, we've got to be more specific rather than general. I fully accept that.
If we turn back to the US, presumably nobody in Britain is as close to Donald Trump as yourself. What, in 4 years from now, what can the British public expect you to have achieved from that relationship in the national interest? What's the best case scenario of how you will have leveraged that relationship?
In the short term, we have a ceasefire coming in the Middle East just because of Trump. Great. Let's hope there is an end to the extraordinary bloodletting. 1 million battle casualties. It's like the Somme with drones. It really is awful, Ukraine, and what is going on. Let us hope some equitable solution can be found there. I think you'll see Saudi Arabia drawn back towards Israel. I think you'll see the Abraham Accords extend. I hope you'll see Iran isolated on the world stage as being the really bad actors that they are. And all those things, of course, are in our interests, maybe not hugely directly in many cases. In terms of what's in it for us, that's what you're really asking. And I understand that. Look, this really is up to the government. If this government is intent on being run by human rights lawyers, which are happy to give away, potentially, the nuclear capability of America's most important single base in the world outside mainland America, it ain't going to go well. If this government is determined to reset our relations with Brussels in the sense that we start to mirror single market rules that come onto the statute book, then we're going to find it very, very difficult. But it was interesting, I thought, the other day, that Starmer gave the AI speech. It was all a bit perfunctory, but he gave the speech about AI. And he was asked a question. One of the journalists asked him, well, because of Brexit, we're now free, and you've mentioned European attitudes towards tech. So Starmer's got to make his mind up. Which way do we go? And the closer we tie ourselves to Brussels, the more difficult it is at the end of that 4 years, as you've asked, to have achieved economically what we could. I am certain that in terms of intelligence, I'm certain that in terms of special forces working together, I'm sure in terms of those things, the next 4 years will be a great success. But it's on the economics that people want to see some results. I am certain that with the right government, we could have free trade deals negotiated on booze, motorbikes, financial services, and maybe agriculture would just leave because maybe it's too difficult. I don't know. But I think there's an awful lot of progress that we can make with an administration that wants to do it.
Is there a risk that Donald Trump's quite mercurial and he'll listen to yourself and be influenced by that, and then we'll move on to the next person and be influenced by them?
Let me tell you something about Donald Trump. He's not really influenced by anybody. He listens to people. He makes his own mind up. He's very, very good at making his own mind up. He's also very good at seeing the big picture. And I think one of the things maybe people who don't like him, and I get it, he's a New Yorker, it's not everyone's style, but one of the things I think that people should credit him for is that the big thinking in the first 4 years of a Trump presidency was on foreign affairs, and it was a huge success.
Yep.
Have you spoken to...
Let's be real. Trump was on a winning streak almost his entire presidency until COVID hit.
Yeah. He was doing his big one, so
Bro,
to speak.
That's why everybody was like, yeah, Trump's one of the few presidents that can pretty much say, yo, what I told you I was going to do, I went in there and did it.
Honestly. That's why you should be optimistic, or everybody really should be optimistic about what he's about to do when he gets inaugurated. Like, he's already proven, I mean, along with the Hamas-Israel situation, like, if I say something, yo, hold me to it, I'm going to get it done.
Donald Trump directly about Tommy Robinson. I mean, obviously, Elon Musk is a big fan of Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson is someone with a criminal record. His supporters have associations with street violence. He's sort of rooted in the EDL and the British National Party. You obviously have differences with Tommy Robinson. Have you raised that directly?
I'm sorry, I won't have that. Fundamental differences. You know, Tommy Robinson has nothing to do with...
You know, it's fun. We actually did play Tommy Robinson's documentary. Bro, it was crazy. They was really trying to make this...
So much so to where we had to take the stream down.
Yep. I mean, bro, this kid Jamal, he was pretty much a terrorist in his school, right? And to hide the fact that this, foreign-born kid was a complete menace to his classmates and teachers, they took out the whole school. They fired everybody from the whole school. School took down and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just so they can hide the narrative that Jamal kind of deserved to get yoked up by that one kid who yoked him up on camera. And the kid that yoked this kid up, they called him a racist bully, when really he yoked Jamal up because he said he was going to rape his sisters.
God damn.
Bro, I know, right? I was like, hey, nah, he nice. He nice. You told that to me. I ain't going to lie. I'd have went to jail.
Yeah, that's insane. So, cover-up story.
That's never been anything to do with me, and never will be anything.
And the government. So they rather frame a Britain citizen, a British young man for being a bully than actually tell the truth about either a Muslim descent or a Muslim child, a Muslim descent student, or a student of Muslim descent, or you know.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna put on my 10-4 hat. That sounds like woke ideology dollars at work.
Yeah, I mean, bro,
talk about fighting a narrative.
It got even scary to the point where they said that there are some people in the Muslim community that knew these people committed these atrocities, but
they protected them.
Yep, wouldn't snitch.
To do with me. My brand of politics is non-sectarian, non-racist. It always has been, and it always will be. And Mr. Robinson can do what the hell he likes. but he'll never have anything to do with my party. I want to be absolutely clear about that.
Have you spoken to Donald Trump or Donald Trump's team directly about that?
Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the channel, man. We do this every night, man. Appreciate the support. Make sure, like I said, subscribe to the channel, man. Go ahead and hit that face subscribe, or go and double tap that screen like the video. Let's go.
I think Donald Trump's team have got bigger things to worry about than Tommy Robinson. There is an element of the conservative right in America that view Robinson as a hero figure, right? Because they see him as the man that fought the grooming gangs, all right? And by the way, a topic that does need more debate and does need more sorting out. What they don't see is all the rest of it, and they don't know the full story, in my opinion.
You talk a lot about your close relationship with the US and how important that relationship is. Our closest trading partner is still the EU.
Only in your mind. I mean, you know, our biggest country relationship is with America.
But not trading.
No, well, Germany's a country still, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, there you are.
The EU as a whole.
Who's the biggest foreign investor in Britain?
Who do you think also talked about the rise of parties with similar views of anti-migration parties across Europe.
Sorry, who said I'm an anti-migration party?
Well, you did yourself.
No, I didn't. I said the opposite. I said we're pro-control immigration.
Right-leaning parties.
You asked me about high-skilled people, and I said if they come into Britain, bring high skills, pay taxes, and integrate, I've got no problem. Our brand of politics, my brand of politics.
I mean, we're the same way here. Yeah, bring high skills. We ain't got no problem. The problem is when you're in here for an entry-level position that we could easily give to one of these, to one of our citizens that we charge thousands of dollars to get this education just to get the job they've been, schooling for to an immigrant. Yeah, we gotta stop that.
Is different to many of the other European parties. All right, let's be clear about that. There are similarities, there are crossover points, but there are differences. But let me just come back to Europe very quickly in the economics.
Yeah.
And a statistic that I think everybody following this podcast needs to just get embedded in their minds. I think it's crucial. In 2008, the American economy was exactly the same size as the Eurozone. Today, it's double the size. Double the size. And that's what you get if you have economic policy based on idealistic but unrealistic net zero goals. Overregulation, welfareism as being a really good alternative to going to work, and that's what you've got, a failing Europe. One of the reasons I wanted Brexit was to give us an opportunity to get away from that failing model. I'm not saying we have to be identical to America, but I think in terms of business culture, there's a heck of a lot we can learn.
Okay. Nigel Farage, thank you so much for your
we
time.
We could have gone on for hours.
Well, I know. I've got a whole another sheet of questions.
It just started.
Yeah, Nigel Farage, thank you so much for joining us on the Bloomberg UK Politics podcast. The Reform UK leader joining us alongside.
Yeah, shout out. I mean, hearing what's going down in the UK, because I've been pretty concerned about my fellow, my fellow English speakers out there.
English brethren.
Yeah, because it's a little concerning to the east when you be hearing about, what Tommy Robinson done dropped there, and you're like, oh, hold on. It ain't safe for y'all?
Yeah, tumultuous times over there. One might simply summarize it and say multiculturalism has failed the UK. A situation that has been developing for a multitude of years, but you kind of see it culminating in a lot of riots, a lot of racial tension, and damn near division, like that spread past the streets and into workplaces and institutions in UK. And it's actually a sad sight to see, because again, these are our British brethren. Yeah. So what happens to them, one might assume could eventually happen to us.
Yeah, it could be a prelude.
But guys, we're gonna close out the stream on that note, man. It's been a fire stream. I ain't gonna lie. Definitely good. 4+ hours, good debates, good videos, man. Guys, go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Notification bell. We're live every day, like Seth said. Like the video on the way out. We got the inauguration coming up in 3 days? 18th, Monday the 19th. Monday is game time. Inauguration Monday, guys. You guys, and if you're not a member, man, make sure to join the membership. We're gonna do a UFC fight night in the Discord. Yes, for free. Oh God, man.
our UFC fans, join the membership, get in the Discord. Be a good night tomorrow. And yes, UFC tomorrow.
All right, man. Love y'all. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the stream. Back tomorrow. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Peace. Safe, man.